Hey, internets, it's Jake, and this is Mini Terrain Domain. And good morning on this, where I am, blustery Saturday morning. And for some of my players, it's the afternoon or evening where they are, which is why I'm hosting this game in the morning, so that we could get a chance to play with some of our overseas friends. So first off, I want to thank everybody that's playing, those that are coming in from overseas, and those that are local and are getting up early with me so that we can all play D&D together on a Saturday morning. A quick note, this game is being hosted through Absolute Tabletop official group and is part of the AbTab Challenge, which means I have never played with any of these fine gentlemen that are joining me today. I've seen some of them around the community, and that's what the AbTab Challenge is all about, so that we can kind of get some new, fresh faces in playing games, get more people playing games, and make new friends. So if you want to know more about that and just meet a lot of really awesome people, we're at over 1,000 members in the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group, but I also want to plug the Tabletop One Shot group, which is kind of where I got started in online gaming about 2 years ago. And the RPG Brigade, through which last week or so, 2 weeks ago, you saw a lot of Brigade Con games going on. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to let each of these players introduce themselves and what character they're playing, and then we're going to roll some dice, play some D&D. So let's start with Garth.
Hey, everybody. I'm Garth. I'm the one off in Asia, so it's nighttime for me. I just started playing D&D pretty recently. Tonight I'll be playing Adric Winkle, a dwarf cleric. And I also recently sort of started a YouTube channel with some of my friends called 4 Story Games with the number 4. And it's just what we're doing now. We're using it to host D&D live streams, and it's inspired also by the AbTab Challenge. So we decided that would be a good place to share that with the community. Excited to play.
Awesome. Lionel.
All right. Thanks, Jake. I'm Lionel. I'm half of Two Guys Tea and D&D. It's a fairly new YouTube channel ourselves. I do it with Harry Pollitt. He is, it's really actually pretty interesting because he's like 5 hours ahead of me. So our scheduling is always interesting at best, but we run a lot of games. So even though our moniker has D&D in it, we actually run a lot of games. We just finished doing some Call of Cthulhu games. They're really fun. And today I'll be playing Brindle Turnbuckle, a gnome bard.
Excellent. Let's throw it over to Matt.
Hey, well, my name's Matt. I've been playing D&D for, I don't know, since the 80s. I started off on Redbox, but then I took about a 20-year break, and then just got back into it a couple years ago, actually with BrigadeCon 2015, which was my first online game, and this will be my third online game ever. So I don't have a lot of online experience, but just glad to be here. Thanks.
Fantastic. And finally, over to Nicholas.
Yeah, hello. So I'm Nicholas. I'm the one playing from Belgium. I'll be playing a human fighter called Claudius. I don't have anything to plug, but big thanks for you guys for playing in the morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play, mostly because of the time I would have to play. But thanks a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick note to our overseas friends. I'm willing to occasionally run games in the early morning. Everybody may not be willing to get up as early that are stateside, but I'm willing to run games usually around the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. I'm starting to lean more towards the 9 a.m. Eastern time to accommodate those of you that want to play in games, because I want to play with more people too. So, all right, without further ado, you guys ready to play some D&D? Let's do this. I think I completely neglected to mention this to you, and I'm going to let you guys kind of decide how you want to. We'll kind of jump right into a little bit of a role play right off the bat. You guys are level 3. You've been adventuring for a short time, and I imagine that you guys either have gone on 1 or 2 adventures together, or in your travels have kind of run into each other. And we're going to pick this story up as the 4 of you in mid-afternoon are traveling into the town of Prospect. It's just a town on your way along the high road, and you guys are kind of in that state of adventuring where you're just looking for the adventure. You don't necessarily have a contract or anything yet, but that's what you're looking for. You're looking for those damsels in distress. You're looking for those merchants that need convoy escorts. You're looking for the town in dire trouble. And who knows, maybe Prospect is that town. And so it is shortly after high noon. You have gotten back on the road after a short hiatus to eat some rations under the shade of a tree. The sky is blue with big fluffy white clouds moving through. The birds are chirping. The tall grasses are swaying in the breeze alongside the road. It is an altogether pleasant afternoon. What could possibly go wrong? As you're traveling along, Brindle, what are you doing? What's going through your head as you're walking along this road?
Oh my gosh. I think I'm getting another blister. Yeah, I am definitely getting another blister. Why do these guys walk so fast? I should probably say something. No, the last time I said something. Oh, I'm falling behind again.
And as Brindle the gnome seems to kind of be speeding up and slowing down to keep up with all you long striders, what's Adric doing?
I think that Adric is kind of keeping a slightly steadier pace, albeit as a dwarf, not quite as long in gait as his companions. And he's just thinking about all of the things he's been studying in the past couple days, and thinks, oh, maybe he's heard perhaps a little bit about this region, and he's just thinking about, I wonder what we'll learn today, kind of schoolboy, naive excitement about, it's a great day, I'm going to learn something.
Claudius striding along with this group of adventurers. What's going through your mind?
So Claudius is the only noble amongst this group, and he's a bit cocky. And I think we've met for a while now, and Claudius thinks he's the leader, so he kind of walks in front of everyone, and very, very proud, and kind of giving the direction, even if he sees that the gnome is falling behind, but he doesn't care much. But he's trying to be nice to everyone when he can. But he feels like he's the father of the group, let's say.
And finally, Tamarin.
Well, it's these days like this where the sun is shining and everything is beautiful that Tamarin actually becomes the most morose. He walks along kind of in a dark mood because these times bring him, they make him think about the times past, which always bring in dark thoughts. He feels he doesn't deserve to have these companions, these friends, the opportunities he has. And he tries to shake it off, but the feeling continues as he walks just a couple paces behind Lord Bow. which is something also he's, you know, he always dreamed of traveling and seeing the world, and now he's traveling with a gnome and a dwarf and a lord, you know, that's not a bad guy. So he keeps on trying to tell himself and cheer himself up that, you know, he's living the life. This is the best it can be. But that dark feeling is still, it's hard to shake, that little morose of how, you know, of all the things that have happened in his life that brought him to this point.
And just as the four of you begin to crest this gentle hill that you've been climbing in the road, you see slowly rising over the crest, maybe a half mile in the distance, you see a small town, no buildings bigger than 2 stories, and even then only 1 or 2 of them that you suspect, even from this distance, are probably the inn and maybe the mayor's house. Everything else are single level structures. You can see even from here a small cluster of buildings that indicates kind of a town central area. And from this point, you don't see any of the typical outlying homesteads, but you can kind of see off to the east and the west as you're traveling north. You can see that a few homesteads spread out away from this town. And right near the crest of this hill is another lovely shade tree, a big thick oak with an outcropping of boulders at it. And you see a human boy, looks to be about 10 years old, barefoot, just sitting on a boulder, leaning against another boulder. He's got a small pocket knife in his hand and seems to have been just whittling away at a stick. And as he sees you, he suddenly stands up and he puts his fingers in his mouth and he just gives a whistle. I'm not going to do it because I can't whistle very well. But he just gives a shrill, kind of a piercing whistle towards the town. And then he looks to you. Oi! Where you lot from? Don't all talk at once.
So Claudius would be the one, I guess, in front of the group, see this boy addressing him like this. This isn't acceptable. Claudius is a lord, so you don't speak to him like this. So I would look down to this boy and tell him, who do you think you are, little boy? I am from the Bow family. Would you please address me correctly and apologize to my companions?
Did you say you was from a boat family? I don't see any boats around here. In fact, we're quite a bit from the shore, so I don't think you're the boss of much out here.
I think that as Claudius is speaking to the boy, Idric might walk up, kind of almost interrupting as he sees this boy clearly not understanding what he's saying, and just say, "Now, Claudius, that wasn't very nice, was it? He's just a boy. Hey, I'm from the hills in the northwest. What do you have to say about your town?"
Well, this is Prospect. Obviously, you've heard of it if you're heading towards it. And right about this time, as he kind of indicates toward the town, you see a small gaggle of about 4 or 5 additional children come running along the road, seeming to have been beckoned by his whistle. They all appear to be around his same age. They're all human, except 2 of them could almost pass for dwarves. As I said, all of these children are around 10 years old. The first 3 children, all boys, immediately gather up around this first boy and just kind of stand there with their arms crossed and kind of taking up a stance, blocking the road in front of you, and just kind of looking at you. As the other two, a young girl and a young boy, approach, they actually kind of step aside a little bit and make room for these two. Well, you think they're children, but as I said, they could almost pass for dwarves, because both this 10-year-old boy and this 10-year-old girl have long, flowing, luxurious beards. The girl has actually got a few ribbons tied into her beard. And as they walk up to you, they kind of look you all over, and they look at Claudius, who seems to be the most resplendently dressed of all of you. And it's the girl who speaks first, and she just says, "We've not had travelers here to prospect for some time. Are you just visiting? Or are you here on some kind of business?"
Well, for now we were just passing, but this is the first time I see a girl with a beard. That is very interesting. And then I will turn to my dwarf friend, kind of. He understands that I'm asking if is this normal amongst your kind.
Yeah, and Adric just gives kind of another one of those, well, that was rude, little nods.
And Adric, you can clearly see that this boy and this girl are human also. They are not dwarves. Though their beards would give many dwarves, male and female, pause. For as I said, they are very resplendent. And the boy with the beard begins to kind of slowly and appraisingly walk around your group. And he's particularly looking Claudius up and down. And Claudius, are you wearing a sword on your belt, or do you have a shield, maybe a dagger, anything like that that's like clearly visible?
Yeah, Claudius has a cane that he walks with. Not that he needs it, but it's very stylish, so he likes it. And he has a very well-made shield on his back that everyone could see.
The boy looks at you, the bearded boy, Claudius, and he says, "That's a very nice stick you've got. Why don't you give it to me?" Claudius, I'm going to give you a moment to react to that, but I also would like you to roll a charisma saving throw.
Okay. So I have a 14 on my charisma saving throw. And
Okay.
Well, when this voice is threatening me, I'm surprised. I'm clearly surprised. I'm like, what is happening here? What should I do? I'm not going to hit a boy. So I turn to my group and I'm giving them a look. I'm trying to make them understand that I'm very uncomfortable. I don't know what to do here.
Well, and as you're thinking this, and as you turn to your group, and this child says, "Why don't you give me your stick?" There's just something about this kid. It's actually confusing to you, and you want him to have your walking stick. You feel like it would probably look better with him than it would with you.
Yeah, then I turn to him and I say, well, you're right. I've been using this, but I don't need it. And clearly, you're a man of taste. So yes, you should have it. And I would give it to him without knowing why I'm doing it. But
And you guys see this take place. How do you react to Claudius the noble handing over his stick to this bearded child?
I think Adric might at first kind of pause and think, oh, he's being nice to the boy, but would Adric get any sense of magical happenings going on as this is happening?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay. That's a 16.
You sense that this is more than this child, this what appears to be, for all intents and purposes, a childish gang leader. He's not that charismatic of a boy from your perspective. And the way Claudia seemed to kind of react to him did feel a little bit like the effects of charm spells that you've seen in various regions. And as you're kind of scrutinizing him, he's actually walking around. Are you carrying your shield, or is your shield upon your back?
I think walking along, it would probably be kind of strapped over the shoulder or on my back there.
So as you're kind of just scrutinizing him, he kind of walks around to your side a little bit, and using his new walking stick, he kind of extends it out towards your back a little bit and just kind of goes clang. Oi. And he turns to the bearded girl and he goes, "That's a nice shield. I think when the snows come, we could sled on that." And the girl looks up at you and she goes, and she doesn't have to look up very far. She's almost as tall as you are. She looks at you, Adric, and she says, do you think I could have your shield? And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Ooh, that's an 8.
You imagine yourself when you were just a small dwarf sledding on shields up in the mountains, and how much fun you had. And you want this girl to have, these children to have this experience. And you find yourself removing your shield. How does Tamarin react to these children kind of shaking down your party members?
Well, at first Tamarin was just out of habit. He was just ready to execute the children, which is kind of a bad first reaction. But he's hung around these guys knowing long enough, and Claudius long enough to know that wouldn't make Claudius happy just to execute the children. So he was kind of confused and holding back. Now he still has his dagger in his hand, and he's got his sword on his hip, and he's ready to, at any moment, to jump up there and defend him. But he's really confused right now. He's never seen Claudius act like this, and he's not about to go against and say anything about it, but he knows something's up, and he's watching. He's kind of circling. He's kind of stepping away from the group, looking around to see, looking for an opportunity, see what is going on, see if he can find some reason for this. It's just bizarre, the way he's acting.
What about Brindle? Brindle, what are you doing?
Right. So when we were first stopped by the first young lad, Brindle's, thank you. He finds this rock and he sits down, pulls off a boot, shakes out a couple of stones, and he starts rubbing his feet. And as the other children approach, his first thought is, those are rather glorious beards. He kind of scratches his own chin with its patchwork of fuzz. And then he cocks an eyebrow when he sees Claude hand over the stick, and then Adric with the shield. Something is up here, I think. He pulls on his boot, stands up, stretches, and says, those are rather glorious beards you children have. Never seen that before on children before. Where did they come from? And I just wondered, Jake, if I could also make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
To see if the magic effect.
You're looking for the same thing, just to see if there's magic at work here? Yeah,
I'm thinking Brindle would have overlooked the first one with the boy asking for the cane, but as he was surprised by Claude handing it over, he's probably watching a little bit more. So,
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think I really see anything. I got a 6.
Yeah, in fact, as you're kind of also just kind of scrutinizing from your rock, you actually kind of sat down near where the first boy that you saw was standing on the rock, and he looks over at you as 2 of the 3 other boys that kind of surrounded him. He looks at you, and he goes, "Oi, you're sitting on my rock." And one of the 2 boys that are flanking him, all of them are smooth-faced, as children normally should be, looks at you, Brindle, and he says, "What shiny bits you got? Why don't you give us something?"
Well, I don't really think it's quite proper to be asking to see my shiny bits, especially children. I'm not sure how things happen here in Prospect, but where I am from, that would usually get you a sound licking from your parents. Where are your parents, by the way? And at this point, Brindle would stand up. Not really wanting to get off the rock, but much like Tamarin, he's like, "I'm not going to hurt children, am I?"
Sorry, the shiny bits response got me a little bit. And I feel like getting off the rock could be a new vernacular for meaning you're about to get into a scuffle or something. He doesn't want to get off the rock. Yeah, and actually, as you stand up from this rock that you're standing on, which offers you a little bit higher of a vantage point, as everybody else seems to be kind of surrounded by these children, you actually see a human woman in an apron with her sleeves rolled up, kind of striding toward the group. She gets within about 100 yards or 100 feet or so, and she hollers at them, and she goes, "Oi! Are you shaking down travelers again?" And the kids all kind of start and they look over. He's like, "You've got chores to do. Give them back their stuff right proper and get in here before I lash you." And you see, as soon as this woman starts speaking, all of these children, their shoulders kind of sag, their tough demeanor kind of falls away, and they immediately look just like normal children. The girl, I imagine, Adric, you're kind of at this point in the process of handing the girl your shield, and she's got her hands on it, and she kind of looks at the shield, and she looks over at the woman, looks at the shield, looks at you, and she actually kind of shoves it towards you a little bit. But she's a 10-year-old girl. It's not with any kind of force. But the bearded boy, he kind of paces around a little bit and maneuvers himself so that Claudius is between him and the woman on the road. And he looks up at you, Claudius, and he says, "You best watch yourself in Prospect, because I'll be watching you." And he hands you your staff so that it kind of thumps you in the chest. And then they all just, boom, they take off running in a cloud of dust towards this woman. You actually see her as they kind of get toward her. You see her cuff 2 of the boys with big meaty hand up the back of the head. And the bearded boy ducks out of her way as he anticipated this. He seems to be used to getting cuffed upside the head. And they go running into the town. She calls over her shoulder to the 4 of you, and she just says, "Sorry about that. What are you going to do?" You are now unaccosted and unmolested and free to carry on.
I think. Go ahead.
Now that's right proper parenting right there. That's what I'm talking about. And Brindle kind of like and starts trotting. He kind of, there's a little part of him that's kind of happy that Claude kind of got taken down a couple of notches by that 10-year-old boy. But he'll never say it out loud. But he kind of walks by him. Got your stick back. Good.
So you guys just continue on your way into the actual town proper?
Yeah.
Adric, I think, before leaving, would try to address the women and walk up and just say, "Those your kids, they had magnificent beards. What's that all about?"
Oh, yes. Well, it wasn't my doing. I told them to stay away from it, but, well, kids will be kids. I'll guarantee you it won't be the last magnificent beard you see in this town. And as you're kind of approaching the town and you're seeing what's happening, you can hear the usual sounds of a working town. You can hear off on the other side of town, ringing through the streets, you hear the metallic ring of a blacksmith's hammer on anvil. You hear horses' hooves, or rather what initially seemed like horses, but actually you see a few mules kind of coming around from a building as a boy is leading some mules in a cart. You hear the chop of an axe splitting wood. You see people bustling to and fro. Some people seem to be a little more leisurely. Some people are sweeping the dirt in front of their storefronts. You can see a general store. You can see being on the high road, you're not surprised to see one of the first shops is a Wagoneers with a few wagons in various states of repair and carts. You can see the blacksmith. You can see a tavern. One of the two-story buildings is, in fact, the second story stacked on top of the tavern is an inn with a wooden sign on the front that just simply says tavern. It doesn't even have a name. And but you notice, of all the people you see, about 1 in 3 of them have magnificent beards. And I'm not talking just the scruff of a working man who hasn't shaved in a while. These are full-on luxurious beards. They are in bright orange of a red-headed person. They are in almost white blonde. In fact, you see a couple of white beards. You see big, thick black beards. You even see a couple that are green and purple. And it seems mostly that it's men. But you see a couple more children and even a couple women sporting these magnificent beards. And as you kind of work your way into the town proper, you sense a little bit of a commotion, but it seems to be like an excited commotion. And suddenly people start kind of bustling. People are actually coming out of storefronts and turning "we're open" signs to "we're closed" and bustling around you, maybe shouldering past you. And you even see a couple of the boys that were so tough and trying to shake you down earlier. One of them almost knocks you over, Brindle, as he bustles past you so quickly, and he looks down and he's like, "Oh, he's here again. He's here again." And everybody seems to kind of be moving to the far side of town and gathering, where you can see that there is a painted wagon set up in front of one of the buildings. Quite a large wagon, the kind that you've seen mummers on the roads before, and entertainers. Brindle, you of course would probably be most familiar with this kind of an entertainment type wagon. But it's yeah, everybody seems to kind of be gathering around this wagon.
Idric immediately starts to follow the crowd, very curious about what the commotion is, as he's eyeing all of the beards passing by him with perhaps a bit of jealousy.
What about the rest of you?
Claudius would look if he can see that little boy who humiliated him pass by him, and if this boy passed by him, I will slap him on the head, like the woman tried to do, just so no one sees it. Because Claudius puts it like he's tough, but he's the fifth son of his family, and he's been picked off. His brothers kind of did what that little boy did to him, so he really didn't like it. So if he can get a little bit of revenge, he will certainly do it.
Yeah, absolutely. You see him kind of brush past you. He almost pays you no attention until you just kind of bring an errant hand, just poof, enough to see the hair on his head just kind of go. Poof. He doesn't break his stride. He just turns around and continues running kind of backwards. He gives you a big grin through his beard, and he just looks at you and he goes, and then turns back around to join the crowd of people gathering around this wagon. Tamarin, what are you thinking? How you feeling?
Well, I said Tamarin would look over at Claudius, at Lord Bow, and ask him, Lord Claudius, was I right in not taking action against the children? Was that the right thing to do?
Oh, well, of course, they are children, Tamarin. What would you do?
Well, but slapping, I guess, just a slap. That yeah, I see that's a more appropriate response. Thank you. I'll try to. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. And Tamarin would then follow behind or to the side of Claudius to just his training as a manservant. He spent so much time serving nobility that it's kind of what he does. It's kind of what that's his comfort zone. So yeah, he just follows along beside him just to see what's going on, and looking around and watching all the people.
At this point, it looks like just about the whole town seems to have been gathered here. There's easily a couple hundred people. You see several people that have kind of crowded up towards this wagon that seem to be kind of peering around, looking like they're trying to look around the side of the wagon, waiting for whoever's supposed to appear. And then you see kind of in the middle of the crowd are most of the bearded people. And they're not as eagerly looking toward them as they are looking around at their fellow townsfolk, kind of nodding. Several of them are doing this or reaching out and stroking each other's beards. And you see a lot of this kind of like, yes. You even kind of overhear a few of them that are like, oh, perhaps you'll get one too. Yes. Oh, I hope mine comes in yellow. God, I hope I don't get one of those orange ones. I had Percival got a green and purple one. It was two colors in one. Whose idea was it to let the children get some? Oh, they're just children. And Tamarin, you actually, as all this kind of commotion is going on, kind of on the outskirts of the crowd, you see a couple of the townsfolk appear a little bit less excited. A couple of them even have sour expressions. They're a couple of old men are kind of grumbling. One of them is like, "You shouldn't be able to get a beard from a bottle." And he's got a wispy gray beard. And he says, "I earned this one over decades. These kids these days think it's okay to get a beard in a day." And as you hear that, you kind of, it almost gets lost in the crowd noise. You hear a couple women talking, and one of them says, "Did you hear what happened to poor Roderick? Oh, it's terrible. Do you think it has to do with, well, it seems a bit odd to be a coincidence, don't you? I heard that the Millie girl went missing. They still ain't found her." "Oh, I know, that's awful too. Her poor family. What with the harvest coming?" And then it kind of gets lost in the noise of the crowd. And Claudius, you see a woman amongst those at the back of the crowd. She seems to be dressed in a bit more finery than the rest, though finery as it relates to the rest of this working town's clothes. She wears robes that are from a distance appear quite elegant, but up close that you can see that they're dusty. A couple cigarette hole burns, a little worse for the wear. But she holds herself with a bit of authority. There's even a little bit of a berth around her where people haven't really seemed to, they're not getting too close to her. She's a formidable woman. She stands actually at about 6 foot, just over 6 foot tall, broad shoulders. She's human, but she's built like a human-sized dwarf. Just a stout woman. And she stands there with her arms crossed, and she's just kind of watching the people around her. And all of a sudden, the top of the wagon, you see a clatter as these wooden shutters on top of the wagon just kind of go, and you hear a murmur and a hush in the crowd as everybody's like, he's coming. And you kind of hear a real faint, like a creak of a wheel or something, as this figure begins to rise out of the top. Until finally, it takes a moment. In his full glory, a man stands atop the wagon. There's a little jolt as whatever mechanism was raising him seems to kind of hit its end, and he just kind of goes. He has a very elegant cane. He wears a very finely tailored suit of grays and maroons. He has a maroon vest underneath, and he wears a fancy gray and maroon striped cravat. A very neatly manicured salt and pepper beard with streaks of black in it. A shiny, almost looks as if it's brand new, top hat adorns his head. And he has a single monocle in his eye. As he looks around at the now silent crowd, he gives a tap with his staff upon the roof of the wagon. And you hear a faint from below and kind of behind. You hear like a... And he kind of looks like... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, men and women of all shapes, sizes, and colors, welcome! I am the indubitable, the unscrutable, the undeniable, and reliable Professor Pappy Van Winkle, and you hear a resounding woo! Yeah, it's Pappy! It's Pappy! Woo! And you see him doing the classic. He's holding up his hand, and then he switches, and he bring it on. No, stop back. And the crowd's woohoo, woohoo, rising, and then finally he gives both hands. He's like, settle down, settle down. Now I know many of you. Jones, that beard's looking fantastic. Bridget, I see you put bows in yours today. Yes, I know that many of you have already been purveyors of my fine wares. You have benefited from that which I have to offer you. But I still see many of you around here who are not sporting magnificent beards. And I can only think to myself, Pappy, what have you done wrong? Have you lost your salesmanship that you can't sell these fine people for mere pennies? The power of the beard? And several of the people are like, no, it's not you, Pappy, it's us. We'll get them. And you see some of the bearded people actually start to kind of push some of the smooth-faced people towards the front of the crowd. And he says, well, as you all know, my time here in Prospect is drawing to a close. And I still have plenty. And kind of as he gestures out, nothing happens. And he says, I said I have plenty. And then you see two small flaps on either side of him go. And these pedestals come up with these little, and you can actually hear the jingling of glass bottles as these small pedestals with crates of glass bottles, what look like potion bottles, come up. I still have plenty of Pappy Van Winkle's magical miracle beard oil just waiting for you. Let me give you a demonstration of how this works. Yes, I'm going to need a volunteer. Woo-hoo, pick me, no, me. You, sir, I've never seen you before. And he is pointing at, Idric. You're a dwarf. You have a beard, right?
I do, yeah. I have a relatively thick, kind of oily black beard. Maybe not super long, as I'm not that old, but yes, I do have a beard.
You've Mr. Dwarf! Such a glorious beard, no doubt naturally grown, and as I'm sure you and your people are very proud of your beard, yes?
Of course. Wouldn't be a dwarf without a beard.
And then he immediately, without skipping a beat, turns to the rest of you. Do any of you in the party, do any of you have beards beyond Brindle's scruffy beard? What about Claudius and Tamarin? Are you smooth-faced or?
I don't. Tamarin does not.
Yeah, no. Claudius is smooth face, as it can be.
He looks around at you and he says, you look as though you are all traveling together. Would I be wrong in that assessment? Of course I would not. Professor Pappy Van Winkle is not wrong. How can you feel confident traveling in the company of a gentleman such as this, with such a magnificent beard? You, gnome! Are you not embarrassed by what is upon your face?
Yeah, Brindle kind of not really knowing that he's doing it, but he starts rubbing this patchwork stubble on his face. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I am kind of, well, I do wish I could grow a beard like that. That would be really nice. And he starts thinking about how grand he would look with this big puffy beard. I mean, it's almost comical because as he has this vision, it's like bigger than him. It's like the size of like, I don't know, like a boulder or something, a tree. It's bigger. I mean, it's long and it's flowing, and he's got it flipped up over his shoulder. He's like, "Yep. Oh, if I did, yes, I did." And then he snaps back to reality, and he's just like staring at Van Winkle, and he's just like, yeah.
I've seen that look of longing before in the eyes of many a smooth-faced person, or in your case, a patchwork beard person. What if I told you that in mere moments you could have a beard to rival your dwarven friend? Would that be something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, words just escape him as he's like, and he doesn't even, unconsciously, he's already starting to take a couple steps towards this wagon.
And if you go willingly, I mean, you're perfectly okay to go willingly. But if you have any hesitation whatsoever, I need a charisma saving throw.
I will make a save, and I will let that decide.
Okay.
Yeah, I got an 18 on the die, so let's see, my save is 20.
It's entirely your free will. You're not being charmed or coerced in any way. If you want to move with you already feel hands upon you as the crowd seems to be hoisting you up. Do you let them?
I'm just like, my beard. I can finally they'll stop laughing at me now. I'll be able to go home again. And so Brindle just kind of lets the crowd shuttle him forward.
So what happens is go ahead.
Oh, I think, Tamarin, since he'd heard that conversation earlier, would kind of put a hand on and say, not everyone in this town is happy with this. You may want to think twice. But he's not going to stop him. He's just going to give him a little advice that not everybody's happy with this.
They clearly haven't suffered the maladies that I'd have. And he just continues to go forward.
The crowd actually, just through their hands and their shoulders and everything, they kind of create a human escalator. As you it's not like crowd surfing. You're still on your feet, and you just kind of, every step you take, there's somebody's hand or shoulder there. And they create this like ramp as you just kind of do. And Pepe Van Winkle extends a hand out to you and helps you that last foot to step up on top. And now you can see the whole crowd around, and everybody's cheering. What is your name, son?
I am Brindle Turnbuckle. I too am an entertainer of sorts.
Brindle Turnbuckle. And you hear the crowd start going, Brindle, 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 Brindle. And they're just, the whole crowd, well, almost the whole crowd, Tamarin. You still see the scowls and stuff on the outskirts of this crowd as they're all cheering, Brindle, Brindle. And Pappy Van Winkle turns to you, Brindle, and he says, I promise you, this will not hurt. And he takes a bottle and he gives it a kind of twirls it around in his hand so it does that kind of spin thing on his palm. And as he does that, he goes, the cork flies off without even looking. Boom, it's in his other hand. Boom, in his pocket. He takes the bottle, puts his thumb over the opening end, gives it a shake, gives it another shake, pours just a boop, looks at you, boop, sets the bottle down. And he starts kind of at your temples, and he just runs his hands along the side of your face. And he even takes his fingers and kind of goes and pantomimes like forming a nice mustache. And he says, how long would you like it? Just loud enough for you to hear.
As long as you can make it.
Ah, yes, of course. And he moves around so that he's behind you in true showman-shaped fashion so that the crowd can see what he's doing as he draws his hands down and pantomimes going like this in ever increasing until he's going all the way down to your knees and extending out like this. And then he reaches into his hand and pulls out a handkerchief, and he gives his hands a very careful wiping down. Tucks his handkerchief away, pulls out of his pocket the cork, over into his other hand, stoppers the bottle, and he says, "And now we watch in amazement." And Brindle, your face, from the moment he touched you, your face feels tingly and warm and not at all unpleasant. And you feel just little, as if somebody's little tiny pixie fingers were kind of pulling at your skin. And the rest of you watching, you see as Brindle is standing there, I imagine just kind of expectantly beaming around, like waiting for something to happen. You see a long hair just kind of, and then where there was no mustache a moment ago, you just see hairs just kind of go, and this magnificent mustache just goes and kind of curls around the edges. And then starting at your temples, you see hairs just start to go, and this beard just goes and unfurls and just kind of all the way down to your knees. You feel a momentary pull because you're not used to this on your face. And I'm going to try something here. Adric, what color is Brindle's beard? You're muted.
Oops, my bad. Yellow, not blonde. Like highlighter yellow, like bright yellow. Yep.
So yeah, you just, it stands out against your clothing and your face, just this yellow beard that goes just, and you can immediately, Brindle, feel the breeze wafting through your beard. And it feels magnificent. But you also feel a sense of elation. You feel a sense of, I can do anything. You feel charming. You feel the power of the beard. You know that people are going to look at you with respect, damn it. And Pappy Van Winkle does a quick flourish and he says, "Behold the magic of Professor Pappy Van Winkle's magical, magnificent beard oil." Immediately you can hear the clink of coin as coin purses are flying to and fro and people are lining up because they want some of this beard. And I imagine, and I don't want to take your agency away from you, Lionel, but I imagine Brindle, just kind of caught up in his beard, just takes a step forward. And those same hands that brought you up, eagerly, you don't even look, they just form that escalator back down to the ground to your companions. As people begin gathering around Pappy Van Winkle, holding out coins. Tell me, Tamarin, Claudius, and Adric, as Brindle descends back into your midst with this magnificent beard, how do you react?
Adric just is astonished at seeing a gnome with a beard like this, and just, by the gods, he really did give you. It's a bit yellow, and just kind of pauses for a moment.
So yeah, Claudius is he looks at this beard and he's very confused. Like when he saw the child, he's like, "This is so awkward. The color, the length, the face is changed. This is a new man. This is a new gnome." And I like to think that the power of the charm that he's feeling, we can see it as well. Like maybe his postures change. He's more confident. He's more, and so Claudius would be a bit intimidated. Like, damn, I was supposed to be the guy on this. I was supposed to be the man here. Now, maybe the gnome will take my spot. I'll have to be careful. Maybe I get a beard, but he doesn't want to get a beard because he's too clean for this.
Well, Cameron, he's had a little bit of medical training. He would just look at this and go, definitely, this is magic. And he'd look over to Lord Claudius and just, and go, I wouldn't trust it, sir. I would not trust it. This seems very suspicious to me. I think we should talk to some of those who aren't so enthusiastic. I think maybe there's something else afoot here.
I agree. The only real way to get a beard is to grow it yourself. However, I wonder if he sells this oil. Might be something to look into.
You can clearly see that after Brindle was brought down, that people have been gathering up. Professor Pappy Van Winkle has actually come back down inside his wagon and has come around the front where you can now see there's kind of like a little stage platform. And he is dispersing small bottles of this beard growing potion. He's not getting the big bottles. He's actually dispensing them into smaller, like the size of a small vial of beard oil. And he is selling them, and you see coin passing, and he seems to be selling them for 2 silver pieces a piece. So you could absolutely purchase a vial of beard oil if you wish.
I think hesitantly at first, but Idric would walk over and probably purchase a few. And as he was doing so, is the professor selling it himself, or is it like some kind of minions, people kind of just helping?
As his supply keeps getting dwindled, as more and more people are buying stuff, you see a small flap on the wagon kind of open, and then another little tray of a few bottles are pushed out. So he does have a helper, but it's actually Professor Van Winkle himself is the one taking your coin and selling it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would walk up and, well, I've got my own beard, but do you have any oils for when you already have a beard? Anything to make mine more resplendent?
I can appreciate a dwarf that wants to improve his physical appearance. While you, sir, have a very wonderful and magnificent beard, as most dwarves do, Pappy Van Winkle's magical miracle beard oil will serve to give you a lustrous sheen. Will thicken, will get rid of those unsightly gray hairs if you wish, and will, of course, add luster, length, and girth to your beard if that's what you wish.
Yeah, and I would kind of hand over the coin and try to purchase probably 2 or 3, however many he can sell. Looks like he's pretty busy. Only if I'm able to purchase a bottle to go.
He'll sell you a bottle, and
Okay.
seeing you hand over extra coin, he says, 1 bottle's all you need, 1 bottle per customer.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I would take it and just kind of nod to him and look for my grill.
All right. And over the next few minutes, the crowd begins to thin out as people are eagerly taking their beard oils. You see a couple of people that are already just where they are. There's like 2 young men in their 20s that have the beard oil in their hands, and they're basically touching each other's faces. And you can see the one actually tries to, before his friend can stop him, he reaches up and pantomimes big eyebrows off of him. And they're just kind of making the same motions that Professor Van Winkle did for Brindle. As I said, the crowd begins to thin out. You see a few people kind of heading off toward the tavern. Several people head back to work. And this figure, Claudius, that you noticed, this stern-looking woman, she's just kind of watching. She hasn't moved. She's just watching as the people are going off to their various things. She actually gives a curt whistle, just as two of the smooth-faced boys that tried to accost you on your way into town are sneaking up behind Professor Pappy Van Winkle and look like they're trying to pilfer a bottle or two. And as she gives the whistle, without even looking back, you see Pappy he takes his walking staff, bounces it off the floorboard, just kind of goes, so it bounces up into the air, and he grabs the end of it, and he flips it around barely without even looking. And the end of it has turned into, it's just kind of extended almost like a shepherd's crook, as he kind of flips it onto the kid, gives it a twist as it grabs a hold of his shirt and just kind of spins him back out into the middle, into the dust, not hurting him, just kind of getting him away from his stuff. He gives a little twirl, and the staff is back to its normal walking staff. And he just gives a curt nod towards this woman, and he says, "Mayor?" And she just goes, "I trust you are leaving today. As I told you, madam, Pappy Van Winkle has other matters to attend to, other towns to deliver glorious beards to. So, yes, I will be leaving on the morrow, if you'll permit. I am not comfortable with your staying another night, but if it means you will be gone in the morning, then I'll allow it. But please make yourself scarce." And he just gives another curt nod. And she's still standing there watching as if she doesn't trust him to move on his own. What would you guys like to do?
So Brindle kind of makes his way up to this stout woman. The whole time he's just like stroking his beard, pulling out the length of his mustache, this huge face as he's just in this euphoric state. He walks up to her and he has to look up to this woman, and he's like, "Madam, why would you possibly want this man to leave? Look at this glorious thing and the color. It is so vibrant. It just highlights all of my great, already perfect features." And as he says that, this fuzzy little head pops out from his beard, and this little ferret is there, and he goes, "Is it not astounding, Clancy? If only I could give you a beard, my little friend." And he kind of rubs the head of this little ferret, and it just goes, and then disappears back into the beard. And he's just looking expectantly up at this woman, maybe with this little look, like a little look of disapproval on his face. Like, "Why are you driving this guy out of here? I mean, look at these great beards he's giving these. I've been trying my whole life to grow one of these things."
Why don't you, as you're talking to her, give me a charisma, I guess however you want to play that. If you're trying to persuade her, if you want to do it as persuasion or
I think it'd be,
performance, I'll let you choose the charismatic ability, but make a charismatic check.
Nat 20, so a 24 all up.
Oh, no.
You can feel yourself just you have so much more confidence than you've ever had before as you're talking to this, for lack of a better word, beefy woman. And the rest of you even feel this confidence that you didn't see in him before. And you're almost starting to feel, even though his words aren't directed at you, you're kind of feeling like, yeah, why didn't I get a beard? And why doesn't she have a beard? And she looks down at you, Brindle, and you see for a moment, you see that stern expression actually kind of softens. And her shoulders sag just a little bit more. And she starts to reach down towards you, and just like the back of her hand gets toward your cheek, and suddenly she kind of shakes her head. This is not natural what this professor is doing. I do not begrudge you your desire to have a beard, and truly, sir, your beard does look very wonderful. Not to take anything away from you, Master Dwarf, as your beard is naturally occurring. But this is not natural. You have grown decades worth of beard in mere moments. Professor Pappy Van Winkle has been here in my town for the past 3 days. I've got children running around with whiskers. And it seems that everybody who has a beard now has a sense of entitlement. I've got bearded salesmen selling people stuff they don't need. I've got people without beards claiming later that they've been swindled. My office is filled with people that are complaining that they don't have beards. They don't have the silver for the beards. I want this man out of my town, but I fear for my people. Now I've got a young girl who has gone missing just last night. I've got a man in the infirmary, for God knows what's ailing him, but it seems also to be somehow tied to these beards. But I cannot prove anything. You're not from around here. I've never seen you pass through Prospect before. And she kind of seems to be for the first time taking in your actual appearance. Are you perhaps for hire? Would the promise of coin in exchange for services be something that might interest you?
Adric would speak up and, "Hey, we're for hire, but to be honest, I'm also quite interested in the mysteries of what exactly is behind this." And he pulls out the vial of the beard oil. This problem you have, and he's also, as he's inspecting it, any relevant check needed to kind of gather his own information there.
You're looking at the beard oil vial?
Mm-hmm. And I'm showing it to her too, just kind of holding it out, like this problem you have.
So, yeah, go ahead and just give me a straight up investigation, just as you're looking at the bottle, kind of.
Yeah, just kind of looking at it to see what I can determine. 18 investigation.
So the bottle.
Okay,
the bottle, as you're holding it up and just kind of looking at it, it's like a lot of medicine bottles, as various herbs and stuff are created into, as you know, healing potions and things like that are put into certain types of vials and containers. This one has a brown tint to it, and its top has a small cork on it, but it has, you can see that it has embedded in the cork is a glass stem, typical of what would be used for administering something in drops. The label that's on it is a brown label, kind of a almost like parchment-like label that has a small logo of a man with a beard in silhouette, and it says in small but neat lettering, Professor Pappy Van Winkle's Magical Miracle Beard Oil. And then it says in smaller lettering, 3 to 5 drops is all it takes. And as you're kind of looking at it, your thumb brushes it, and just a little bit of the ink on this label smears. And that's all you're able to tell with a quick visual inspection. What do the rest of you say to this woman's request?
I think Cameron would inquire about the girl. You are the mayor, right? Tell us of this girl that went missing. Was that under some mysterious circumstance, or how did this happen? A small town like this, it has to be the biggest news around.
Her name is Millie. She was one that hung around with the youths, some of the younger crowd. They like to think of themselves as a bit of a gang, but they're not really. They're just children pretending to be tougher than they are. You may have seen some of them, actually. A couple of them have somehow gotten a hold of this beard oil. And now I've got children running around with beards. She hung around with that crowd. And last night, they said that they all went to their houses, and then in the morning, she was nowhere to be found. In all likelihood, some of the townsfolk in her family included are shepherds. It would not be uncommon, perhaps, for her to have wandered somewhere and fallen asleep in a thicket or a hollow, but nobody has yet found her. We don't usually get too worked up, but if she's not back by tomorrow morning, then we will be sincerely worried. You understand, this is the way of our life around here. But as the mayor of the town, I still get concerned when my citizens are not in the best of conditions or that things threaten them.
And
So
speaking of
Claudius,
poor conditions,
oh,
go ahead.
you go.
Speaking of poor conditions, what if you mentioned a man in the infirmary?
Yes, yes, we call him. He's known simply as D. Other people call him by his names. I've always known him as D. But he was one of the first ones to purchase this magical miracle beard oil, and after about, this was 2 days ago, and after the first day, he was not feeling very well, and well, we don't really know what happened because he's not really speaking, but he had small patches of his new beard were missing, and his face was a little gouged. And it looks I'm not an investigator, but it looks to me as though he tried to shave his beard, and maybe he passed out. He was brought to us unconscious, and he lies in the infirmary. And our town doctor, Herr Doctor, is only so much he can do. He has no skill in magical maladies, as it were. And she kind of looks you up and down again, Adric, as if seeing your dress for the first time, and she goes, "You wouldn't happen to be a priest or a cleric or somebody, would you?"
I am, and a proud one. Perhaps I could help.
I would not turn away. It would be very appreciative if you could perhaps take a look and give us your professional opinion, if you have experience in dealing with such things.
Of course.
If you will come with me, I can lead you to the infirmary.
And he just kind of
And
head that way. Yeah.
so, yeah, she kind of motions for you to follow her. And she's the whole time she walks, she looks around, just kind of surveying people. A few people that pass her by, they still give her a bit of a wide berth, and they give her a little bit of a curt nod. And she leads you towards the other second-story house in town. That seems to be the mayor's residence, but on the first floor of this house seems to be given over to some administrative offices. You can actually see, as she leads you inside, you see off to the right what looks to be a converted parlor. And you can see a portly man sitting at a desk. He had his feet up on the desk until the mayor walked in. He quickly puts them down and sits up a little straighter. And behind him, you see that iron bars have been fashioned into a corner of the room, into like a jail cell. And you can see somebody, a gaunt-looking man, is in this jail cell. His hands on the bars, and he's holding them, using the bars to hold himself up. And he says, "Mayor, did you bring me any of the beard oil? I told you, Gavin, you will not have any beard oil. Or did you bring me any more bourbon?" And she just rolls her eyes. "Please excuse Gavin. He is what you would call the town drunk. To be perfectly honest, he's the whole reason I had to convert my parlor into a jail. More so he doesn't hurt himself than anybody else. This is Constable Troy. Well, Constable for now." And he kind of straightens up a little bit more. She continues walking towards the back a little bit. And then she leads to a door, and she opens this door, and it's another room, what was probably some kind of a sitting room at one time. There's 2 or 3 beds in there, and you can see a wizened-looking older man that is sitting at a small desk in the corner, and he just kind of looks up as the mayor walks in, and he says, Greta, is our friend, the salesman, on his way out of town? He says that he will stay one more night, Herr Doctor. I cannot be gone out of this town soon enough. How is he doing? I have observed no change. He's not getting any worse, but he's not getting any better. Who are these guests? Actually, Herr Doctor, I'm sorry. I failed in my haste to deal with my problem and to get you gentlemen here. I've failed with the introductions. I am the mayor of Prospect, Greta von Sussel, and this is Herr Dr. Dr. Troy. And you are? She kind of turns to you first, Adric.
Yeah, he's sorry, my terrible accents. Well, I'm Adric. This year, points to the gnome. This year's Brindle. And I assume, did everyone follow? And if so, then Claudius and Tamarin. We're traveling together, and I'm a bit of a healer. Perhaps I heard I could be of some help.
The doctor gets up and shakes each of your hands in turn, except for Brindle. instead of shaking your hand, he immediately begins running his hands. He kind of reaches through your beard and kind of takes you by the chin and kind of turns your head sideways, lifts up, and he goes, "This is not, you did not come into Prospect this morning with this beard. Am I correct?"
Brindle would just nod his head.
And he peers down at you. He actually gets down on his knees, and you hear a little bit of creaking from his knees as he crouches down, and he's looking you right in the eye. And then he's looking at your beard. Tell me, Brindle, how do you feel?
I feel great. It's a beautiful beard. Is it not?
Yes, objectively, it's very pretty. But and he kind of pokes at your cheeks. Does this hurt at all?
It's uncomfortable, but no, it doesn't really hurt.
You'll let me know if there's any observable change in the way you feel. Yes.
Most certainly, Doctor. Most certainly.
And he stands back up, and he goes over to you, Claudius, and he looks at you, and he kind of stands a little bit straighter, and he extends a hand to you. Claudius Brow, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. His demeanor changing to match the respect. He seems to be the first one to recognize your station. And he greets you with a sense of almost as if you're peers, but he's recognizing you as slightly elevated above him. I see you have retained your smooth gentleman features. You were not swayed by the charms of Pappy Van Winkle.
So yeah, Claudius appreciates very much this gesture. And he will say, well, you know, it is important that I remain presentable. For a moment, I must admit, I was tempted, but I feel that this is not natural. If I needed a beard, I would have one, and I would grow it myself. I was kind of surprised to see that this mayor asked for children to steal from this man. That is very unusual. Why would she do that?
He kind of looks beyond at the mayor, and she kind of looks at you and seems to be slightly taken aback. Excuse me, I was not inciting those children to steal from the professor. I was stopping them from stealing from the professor. I would never direct my citizens to steal.
I must have seen wrong then.
It's quite all right. And the doctor looks at you, Tamarin. You too have retained your smooth features, which makes it all the easier to see the skepticism and hesitation that lies in your features. You sense something amiss too, yes?
It is something I heard. There are those in town who grumble about this beard oil. They seem to have the same opinion of it that you do. I have to admit that I was tempted for a moment, but beards are a messy thing in my line of work.
I cannot deny that I too, on the first day, felt a bit of the charm, but resisted. Master Dwarf, and he turns to you, Adric. I assume from your appearance that you have some sort of clerical training, and perhaps are a bit better versed in magical maladies than I am. It would do me an honor if you would give me your professional opinion on our friend D here.
Of course. Let me get to work. And he kind of rubs his hands together and starts to walk over.
And he says,
So-
I'll have you go ahead and I want you to roll first an investigation, and then I want you to roll a medicine.
Okay.
And as you're kind of looking him over, Dr. Troy he kind of stands with his hands behind his back, kind of looking over your shoulder, and he says, he was brought in here in this current state. You can see from the gouges on his face that it appears as though something either attacked him or he did this to himself. But it's the nature of the wound itself that has me utterly perplexed. I've never seen anything like it. And as you look over this man's body, you see he's a middle-aged man. And you can see that he has what you would expect to be the weathered features of somebody who works outside a lot. And the beard that is on his face is a very deep, like chestnut, and actually clashes with his salt and pepper gray hair, and looks very unnatural on his face. And you see, upon closer inspection, as the doctor points out these wounds, you see what at first looks like the starting of the wound along the beard line. Looks like you would expect to see if somebody maybe initially just cut themselves with a straight razor and cut a little deep. But you can see where, as you look closer, and you're kind of examining him, the doctor kind of, as he points it out, he kind of gives a gentle pull on the hairs. And what you see is the flap of skin where this cut is actually kind of lifts a little bit. And you see the hairs of the beard on the other side of the skin are nearly 5 times as thick as they are on the outside. And they seem to go inward more. And even as he pulls and lets go of it, you see the hairs actually kind of move a little bit, and that skin is kind of pulled back down towards the wound, though it doesn't heal.
Yeah, seeing that, I think I would be definitely taken aback, at least at first. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Is it working okay?
Yeah, yep, I can hear you.
Cool. I was having some weird tech issues there. So yeah, seeing this kind of grotesque wound, actually, and for a dwarf, beards are a thing of glory. So seeing it in this strange way would definitely make Adric quite uncomfortable. Would a detect poison and disease, or perhaps even a lesser restoration spell be a way I could attempt to help this man?
Yeah, I'll let you decide what you want to do. If you want to try to apply some kind of magical healing to it, just tell me exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah. Then, as I see kind of what's going on with this this nasty wound, I'm going to cast. I believe it's called. Sorry, first time playing cleric. Lesser restoration. Yeah. It should basically, if it's considered a disease, it should be able to remove the disease.
So, as you begin to draw on your divine powers, I imagine you can see Well, why don't you tell us? Why don't you describe what it looks like as you administer this spell, and then I'll tell you how the wound reacts.
Sure. As a cleric of the knowledge domain, my holy symbol is that of a tome, and I kind of pull out my own tome and look through and fold through a couple pages. And as I begin to read a few incantations and slightly just kind of stroke the area where this wound is, you would see just kind of a light, sort of purple glow. Not a very bright light, but a sort of a light purple glow at the tips of my fingers as I'm reading this tome and stroking his bearded face at the side of the wound.
Yeah, and you see as your magical energies begin to emanate from your hands, you see the initial reaction is the hairs of the beard actually kind of start to go like this, like parting as if you would put a comb in there. They just start to go, and they almost seem to be trying to get away. And you see a couple from under this flap of skin, like miniature little tentacles. You see a couple of these hairs kind of come out and start to go across his face. And then they go and go back in. And that's the extent of the reaction. It does not actually heal. How do the rest of you react to seeing this effect from the cleric's magic? Seeing these little beard hair tentacles.
I guess we have never seen this before. And I would look at Tamarin, and he's been telling me this is not natural, we have to do something, and I haven't been really listening. But then after seeing this, I would really look at him and acknowledge what he said. And Tamarin, I think you were right. This is fucked up. And usually I don't swear, but this is very scary. So I'm like, man, we have to do something.
So yeah, the question is, what could we do about this?
Yeah, I would look at our friend Dwarf here because I'm out of my depth here.
So
I don't know what to do.
Two things. One, Brindle, as Adric was casting this spell, and you see this happening, you felt just a gentle tugging on your beard. And it seemed to be as if your beard was just almost as if a breeze was going through it, but away from the magical energies of the cleric. And as you attempt to, Adric, to cast this lesser restoration spell, and you realize that this doesn't fall under the parameters of being poison or disease or anything like that. It's and with your high medicine, I think you rolled a nat 20 on that. It's as if casting the spell, you did not expect this to work, but you just wanted to confirm your theory. And a light goes off in your head as you think about the beard oil that you have, the beard oil that everybody has been purchasing, and the manner in which he applies it by rubbing it on the face. You believe that this is a magical potion that is exhibiting some kind of side effects, and you would need to find the source of this magical potion to be able to formulate. Sorry, I was struggling to find that word. To formulate a physical cure. In your medical experience and magical experience, if a effect like this is exhibited because of a potion, it's probably going to take some sort of antidote. And you're fairly certain that the one person that could answer your question about this would be Professor Pappy Van Winkle. And with that, I know myself, I've been drinking a lot of water and coffee. I need a quick break. So we are going to take about a 5-minute break. Get some food if you need it, take a restroom break. Real quick, I want to thank the 5 to 10 people that we've had. We've got Harry and Carol and Scott in there now. I think Tim popped in briefly, and a few others that are watching. And Mappernomicon was with us for a while. He had to do some husbandly duties, he said. So thank you to everybody that's watching, and we will be back in just a few moments. Howdy, everybody. If you're still watching, or if you're watching this recorded, I'm going to go ahead and give a unrequested, but nonetheless, I'm going to give a plug to Kerry Appling and his Etsy store, Bearded Kingdom, where he sells Bearded Kingdom fall scent beard oil and pomade for beards and hair. And the reason I'm shouting that out is because the genesis of this game was because Kerry posted in the Absolute Tabletop official group about his beard oils, and he asked if it was okay, to which Barker responded and said, well, normally we like to keep things gaming related, but I'm going to leave this here until Jake has a chance to see it. And he tagged me. So I posted a picture in the comments of me stroking my beard and said, my beard and I have seen this and we approve. And Barker said, your beard is magnificent and sentient. And it was those two words. When I read those on my phone, I was walking back to my desk at work. And in those like 2 minutes, the idea for this game came to me. And I threw something together really quick. And within a couple hours, I had put the interest post up and kind of came up with this fun game based around this beard oil. So you never know where inspiration is going to come from. I wanted to get Carrie into this game, but he wasn't able to make it. So hopefully get him into another one as part of AbTab Challenge. But yeah, it was pretty cool that he kind of threw that out there about beard oil, and I was able to turn that into a fun adventure. Hopefully everybody's having fun so far. We've been kind of on that. And I said, I told these guys before the game, I said, you can expect probably roughly a 50-50 kind of investigation and combat mix. Gentlemen, we're halfway through the game, and it's been almost all exploration. So I hope you guys are getting ready to roll some dice.
Yep. No,
I'm
you're
having
doing
fun
great
with this
so
so
far.
far. You
Really
guys,
fun.
yeah, thank you. I'm having fun so far. Like I said at the beginning, I've never played with any of you, and you guys are all killing it. You guys are helping to drive the story. That's my favorite part about this hobby and about playing games in these groups is we can just get together as strangers and have a laugh, have some fun with a fun concept. And I'm having fun so far. So it looks like everybody's back. And all right, well, we'll go ahead and we'll get back into it. So you've just made.
Something... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying, as we were at the scene, there was one more thing that I think would have perhaps warranted the explanation you gave right before our break. I think I would also end up casting Identify on the bottle of beard oil, which, if you want, I can find the page number.
I was just looking for my book.
It's page 252.
Okay.
Just as I was thinking about the antidote idea, I think that seems to fit with what was happening.
Yeah. So as you cast Identify on this bottle and you see, the rest of you would see these magical energies kind of coursing over the bottle. And you can even see little tendrils of the magic kind of work their way around the cork, and the interior of the bottle begins to glow a little bit. And you see some of the energies going in and an outflowing of the energies back into you, Adric, as you begin to read the impressions that the spell is giving you. And what you're able to identify is that the bottle itself has no magical properties, but the label itself actually, as these magical tendrils seem to kind of trace the lettering, there's a little bit of charm magic imbued in the label of this bottle, in the very words that are written upon it. But the strongest sense of magic is coming from the potion within. And it's actually a weird sensation that you're getting. You're used to, when you cast an Identify spell, you're used to it getting the sense of what school of magic was used. You're used to being able to tell what kind of properties there are and how you would use a magic item. What you're getting is, to use a bit of an anachronistic comparison, what you're getting is, imagine if you were tuning through radio channels but on like 10 channels, 10 radios simultaneously, and every one of them is tuned to a different channel, and none of them are coming in clearly. You're getting multiple impressions. You're sensing evocation magic. You're sensing conjuration. You're sensing pretty much every school of magic seems to kind of flow through in small pieces. And the strongest impression that you're getting is that this feels chaotic. It feels unintentional, if that makes sense. That's really what the sensation you're able to get from this.
So Brindle, who has just kind of been sitting back, living in the utter joy of having this grand beard, has been listening and watching, and as he sees the tendrils pull away from Adric's magic, and he also feels that tug himself. Maybe that's when he starts getting that feeling deep down in his gut, like maybe I didn't make the best decision getting this beard. And he kind of takes a couple hesitant steps forward, and he's like really watching now.
Adric, having these sensations, how do you communicate any of this to your friends, or how do you communicate this to the room?
Yeah, as I kind of finish looking through the bottle, as Identify resolves, and sort of ponder for a moment, stroke my beard itself, and then kind of have a little shiver thinking about the beard oil. I would share that, well, this potion, some kind of magical potion, but it's unlike anything I've ever seen, and I don't think it's good. In addition to this chaotic magic coming from the liquid, it seems perhaps the label itself is imbued with a bit of charm. And just look at the gnome's beard.
The mayor, Greta von Cecil, this seems to be the piece of information she wanted to hear. She says, that's it. This seems to be proof to me that Professor Pappy van Winkle is not somebody who should be trusted. I was right to distrust him, and I want him out of my town. But first, I need to know how to heal this man. And what are we going to do about everybody else in this town and your friend here who has these beards? If we see what happened to Dee's face, and she kind of looks at you and actually almost in disgust, Brindle, what is happening below the surface of your skin? What is happening behind your beard?
That seems...
Sorry. I hope nothing. Feels okay. And it's Brindle's really just saying that almost more to maybe convince himself than anyone else in the room. But he has this look of utter dread on his face, like, oh, shit.
You must go quickly. You must go stop Professor Pappy van Winkle, and you must find out what it is that is behind this. Please.
Claudius would just look at his companion and this long yellow beard, and I would ask, should we try to cut a piece of the beard? I would be very interested to see what happens. Just the tip of it.
Are you talking about Brindle's beard?
Yeah. I don't want to.
Brindle, how do you feel about
bit
that?
of it.
Brindle takes a quick step back and kind of like defensively pulls his beard. You're not going to be cutting this beard. No, just no.
Just a little bit, Brindle. We have to know. This is. You have to help. You have to help us. This is on you, my friend. We are counting on you. You're important right now. I'm trying to play on his ego. Let's see what happens.
That's entirely up to you, Brindle.
I am really important, but just a tip, right? And he would grudgingly and hesitantly kind of display his beard to Claude.
Okay.
Yeah, I would try to cut a bit of it, and they would see that my cane is actually a cane sword that I would sheathe, and it's very elegant, very well made. As everything on Claudius is well made, and he will very softly try to cut a piece of the beard, very small parts, just to see what happens.
All right, Brindle, I need you to make a charisma saving throw versus yourself.
How do I do that? I've never done that before.
I've never done it before. So what is your charisma modifier?
It's +2. So is this a magic effect? Like a
All right,
spell?
so here's what I'm gonna do is I want you to I'm gonna do this opposed roll. So I'll roll with the +2 a charisma check, and I want you to also roll.
Okay. I got a 13.
As you're kind of holding your beard up, there's this brief moment where you almost have to struggle to lift the beard, like it's resisting against you. And then you're able to present it so that it could be, so that Claudius could cut a small piece of it. He's cutting the end of a few hairs from the end of your beard, which is easily a full 1.5 feet away from your chin. Yet you feel it as if he plucked the hairs from your skin. You feel the pull and the prick, and it doesn't do any kind of damage, but it hurts. It's a sharp. It brings a tear to your eye, like pulling a nose hair out or something.
Yo, steady on there. That hurt.
Yeah, Claudius would look, and this shouldn't hurt, Brindle. I'm afraid we can't remove this by shaving.
You are able to cut the hairs off.
If it hurts that much, this little piece. Yeah.
Almost immediately, Claudius, as you cut this little bit of beard off, in your hand, the few hairs that are there actually start squirming around in your hand like worms.
Oh yeah, he would what the fuck, and then just drop it, and he drops it. And no noble stuff, no nothing. He just a little scream, like ah, and then well, this was unexpected.
I wish you guys had seen both Garth and Lionel's face down in the little thumbnails. When I said that the hairs were squirming like worms, you both had very disgusted looks on your faces. That's awesome. Yeah. Sorry for that interruption. So yeah, the hairs of the beard, once they hit the floor, they kind of squirm a little bit, and they actually kind of disappear below the floorboards. And the mayor looks at. Oh, go ahead.
That's on my face?
The mayor's had enough. And she says, I have had enough. I'm going to go find that man and I will wring his neck. And she begins to storm out of the room. And you can hear her heavy footsteps as she heads back to the front of the house, apparently on her way to confront Professor Pappy Van Winkle. Do you guys follow her?
Totally.
She almost. Oh, go ahead.
Follow right behind. I would say, well, I would follow right behind also.
She almost knocks the door off its hinges. And she calls into the room with the jail cell as she's going by. And she goes, Constable, get off your ass. Come with me. Boom! The door crashes open. And she begins stomping. She's kicking up a cloud of dust, heading towards Professor Pappy Van Winkle. His wagon seems to be, he's kind of putting the last final touches on closing it up. And he hears, Van Winkle! And he turns and he's quickly starts latching stuff up and kind of tips his hat and he says, Madam Mayor. And he quickly climbs up into the seat at the front of this wagon. And he goes, I told you I was going to be getting out of the town right away. And I'm working on it. See, I'm all packed up. You're not going anywhere. There is something very wrong with what you are doing. I stand by my guarantee. Money back guaranteed if you're not fully satisfied. And she clambers, or she gets around to the near the front where he is and says, you get down here now. And what are you guys doing as this exchange is happening?
I'd pull out my rapier, kind of stand back beside her to help enforce her words.
Oh well, Claudius knows that when Tamrin pulls out the rapier, shit's about to go down, and he just looks at everyone and I have a feat called Inspiring Leader, which is for about 10 minutes I'm gonna speak about anything that makes me look very cool and inspiring and whatever. And this gives everyone 5 HP total, plus 5 HP for the rest of the game.
Nice.
And I just imagine him being like, yes, you have to listen to her, and I am here and I'm very important, so please get out of this wagon of yours, and my companions, we have to do this, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And probably they've heard this before, and they would be like, this again. But it does work some, so.
As you're speaking, I don't know if this would actually interact with what you're doing, but Adric is walking up close to Van Winkle, and I don't know how far they are from the cart, but hopefully everyone's kind of close together there. But if not, closer to Van Winkle, and just kind of mutters a few things under his breath, and casts Zone of Truth around the wagon, which is a 15-foot radius where truth must be spoken. You can avoid questions. I think it's a charisma saving throw.
I love it.
And
That's
I say
brilliant.
the 13 is the DC.
Absolutely brilliant. 13 is the save.
Yeah.
Jay, before you tell us, so Brindle would push up between the mayor and Tamron, and he'll say, "Good professor, I'm just about done with this beard. I've changed my mind, and I'm going to use cutting words to give him I think it's a D6 on his save, minus on his save."
Okay. So as this happens, you can see that Professor Pappy Van Winkle, he starts to kind of gather himself to put forth a salesman's pitch, and then he just kind of goes, so what are you going to ask him? Because as I understand it, he just can't lie.
Yeah, like he can, exactly. So I know
How long
that
does that last for?
I just had it up.
It is 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's anyone who enters that region has to make that save. But yeah, I ask him, Professor, how do we stop this madness and cure these people of whatever these beards are living in their faces? And he just kind of shivers.
I'm not sure how to cure the beards. To be perfectly honest, I don't even know what's in the beard oil. I should not have told you that.
It's quite all right. And just kind of looks to his companions, kind of gesturing. He's telling the truth. Whether or not they know what's going on, he's like,
Yeah, for the record, he did dramatically fail that save. Thanks to cutting words. Yeah, go ahead if you got any questions. He seems to be your man.
Well, if you don't know where the oils come from, where did you get it?
Oh, I do know where the oil came from. I got it from an underground reserve of water, apparently tainted by years of magical runoff from a long-gone wizard. Bastards.
And where would we find this underground water reserve?
Well, that would be in my hideout. Damn it. Shouldn't have told you that either.
Where is this hideout located?
I found a nice little cave underneath the ruins of the broken tower, about 3 miles north of town, just northeast off the road, past the pastures. Damn it.
Adric would look to the mayor. Oh.
No, I was going to say, well, I think it's up to the constable now to tie this man up and put him on trial.
That sniveling man's got no power against me.
Just to be on the same side, I think you probably should gag him.
I don't know what you're doing to force me to do this. I genuinely don't know how you've broken through my facade. But I don't have to stand here and take this. And with his cane, he slams the front of his wagon, which doesn't have any horses. It's not a horse-drawn wagon. But as soon as he slams the deck of his wagon, the rear wheels of the carriage actually spin in the dirt, and the back end of the carriage, this mummer's wagon thing, actually kind of fishtails a little bit as he does the medieval equivalent of peeling out, and his horseless carriage actually begins to ramble out of town at a rapid, probably about 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, almost slamming into the side of a livery, and then starts to head out in the direction that he indicated that his hideout was.
Well, I would look to Claudius to see if he's for a signal whether or not we're going to pursue him or not.
Well, I don't know. Claudius is looking at this and very impressed by what has happened. He knows that his companion did this, and he's very proud of working with people that are competent. And I don't know, Tamrin. We should follow him, but this is not my choice. This is all of our choices. This might be dangerous. Are you all aboard this mission that might maybe cost our life?
I cannot believe you are questioning whether or not you should do this.
As if, oops.
Go. And she gives a whistle. Jackson, brings the horses. And a moment later, this teenage boy is kind of pulling some horses. He didn't know exactly what the mayor was talking about or how many horses, because when the mayor talks, he listens. And he comes out with 6 horses that are already bridled up, saddled up, and ready to go. And he kind of sees the 4 of you there, and he's just like, I didn't know. How many you need? She goes, you take the horses. Go after him. Don't let him get away.
Yeah, Claudius would listen. This reminds him of his mother, and he's like, okay, I'll just do it.
Cameron would be right behind on the next, jumping on a horse and going.
Brindle does.
Think that.
Oops. No, you go.
Thanks. Sorry. I'd like to think that maybe perhaps there would have been a chance as we're seeing him peel away that this zone of truth is still there, that I might ask whoever was closest to me whether my beard was more impressive than the gnomes or not.
Who do you ask?
Perhaps maybe I would ask probably Claudius if he was close.
Claudius, it's your answer, and remember, you must speak the truth.
Well, yes. The dwarf beard is probably better, because natural is always better.
Agreed. And then he goes over to the horse.
And then Claudius would look, why did I say that?
Claudius prefers big natural beards. All right, what Brindle, what's your reaction to the whole situation?
Well, even though he knows his beard is not natural and he wants it off, Brindle is a little bit of his ego is bruised by Claudius's answer. And he gets up on this huge beast of an animal. And as he peels off after the rest of his group, I mean, literally, he is just like hanging on. His feet are like comically dangling out behind him as he's bouncing on this horse. And thankfully, the horse is just following the other horses. If not, he would probably go off in the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So you are on horseback. You're chasing after the cloud of dust that is the wagon. And it's just lumbering along this road. Just your horse is just galloping along, and this wagon is getting a little bit closer. But it seems to be able to match the speed of 4 horses, as if a team of horses were pulling it. And you manage to close the distance a little bit, but you can never seem to get closer than about a half a mile behind him. And you see after about 3 miles when he peels off to the northeast onto a small trail that's barely a 2-track. And you can, there's some grass and rolling hills and a few trees here. And you can kind of see as he disappears over the hills, you can still see that cloud of dust. And then you see it off in the distance. And the best way to describe it so you can get a good picture in your mind is imagine it kind of looks like a slightly smaller version of Weathertop from Lord of the Rings, where the hobbits and Strider took shelter. Except the ruins that are on the top seem to be the broken, almost like a hand reaching up, the remnants of an ancient tower. And you see this wagon kind of race and circle around the backside where you lose sight of it. And as you follow in its tracks and race along at the foot of this cliff, you see that there is a cave entrance, a cloud of dust still kind of dispersing. And the wagon appears to have disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Do you bring your horses up short outside, or do you just go riding on in to the cave?
Well, Brindle is not a horseman. Plus his small stature makes it that much more difficult. So he would probably want to rein it in, but I don't know that he would be able to do that. So I would, with your permission, I'll make an animal handling check.
Do it with disadvantage.
All right, perfect.
Because you're kind of dangling off of this horse.
5.
Yeah, your horse has no inclination of listening to you whatsoever. However, there's 3 other horses in front of you. What are you guys doing? Are you drawing up, or are you driving into the cave?
I'm drawing up. I'm going to draw up, and if I see that the gnome is running out of control over there, I'm going to snatch the reins on his horse and slow it down with me.
Give me a quick dex check.
That's a 15 plus dex is plus 3, 18.
Yeah, you're able to grab the reins and pull up Brindle's horse short. And then do the rest, Claudius and Adric, do you follow suit then?
Yeah, we stop. This is not my property. This is not my horse, so I have to respect it. I'll just leave it here so there's no harm.
Very cool. All right. So you've drawn up short outside of the cave. You can actually hear the faint echoes of clattering from within the cave as this carriage seems to have disappeared into the depths of this cave under this ruined tower. I need everybody to make a perception check.
Ooh. That would be 8.
What'd you get, Matt?
I got an 8.
Okay. So the rest of you, as you kind of listen to this, Adric, you're kind of taking in the surroundings, just looking around, and as you know, you remembered that Professor Van Winkle said that it was the ruins of an old wizard's tower. Now that you're kind of at the base of this thing, the rocks kind of go up a couple hundred feet before that flattens out to where the wizard's tower begins. and it just towers over you. And as you're looking up, you see what appears to be a statue of a smooth statue of a nude woman, about just about 200 plus feet above you, as if part of the decoration of this castle wall. And you're fairly certain this statue just winked at you. And that's when you begin to hear the music. I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, Lionel. I think you may be immune to this. That's a gnomish feature.
I have advantage on magical saves.
Is that a gnome thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and do that with advantage then. Okay, so looks like Adric, Claudius, and Brindle, you hear what is undeniably very pretty music filtering down, maybe bouncing off of the stone walls. It's very pretty music, but you've heard better. Especially you, Brindle. You've played better without even trying. You've dropped your lute on the ground and it's made prettier sounds. But that's when you see Tamarin is already, he's just staring up. And he just climbs off of his horse. And Tamarin, you feel yourself being pulled toward the face of this cliff and these rocks. And all you want to do is get closer to the source of this music as you begin climbing the rocks. And Adric and Claudius well, actually all three of you, I take that back. All three of you rolled well enough. You all know what this is because you've heard about them. And it's as this statue unfurls its wings and begins dropping towards you that you realize that this is a harpy. But not just one. There's another one that you didn't see that comes out of the outcropping. And they are both descending towards you. Roll for initiative.
It's a natural 1 on my initiative roll.
Don't feel bad. I just rolled the same thing. Wow. A lot of single digits here. Brindle, you've got first action.
So it would be Brindle, yes?
Yeah, Brindle, you're up.
So Brindle looks up and sees these things. I don't imagine Brindle's ever seen a harpy before, but he knows it's going to try to hurt them. So the one that's nearest to, is there one near any one of his companions or himself?
There's two of them, and they are flying fairly close together on their descent. They're about halfway down at this point, but they're fairly close to each other.
Okay. So he would just look up at them and just randomly pick one and say, "Wow, you look the most you're the ugliest thing I've ever seen. No wonder you sing so terrible." And I'm going to use vicious mockery to try to cause some psychic damage to one of them. It has to make a wisdom save.
What's the DC?
12.
It's a 16.
Nuts.
It just sneers at you as it continues its descent. Cameron, you the only thing you want to do is use your movement to try to climb up these rocks and get close to these things. And you feel elated that they seem to be flying to meet you. You can, however, make the at the end of your movement, you can make your saving throw again. That's
okay.
a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I have no bonus, so that's an 8. Doesn't look like looks like I'm climbing still.
Yeah, you're still climbing. You just want to hug them. You want to thank them for singing such a pretty song to you. So yeah, it takes. You're basically at the end of this round. You're about 15 feet up the rocks, and we will jump over to Claudius.
So Claudius sees his friend doing this, and at first, I guess he's trying to say like, "What are you doing?" But then there's no use. He's already climbing, and so they're not melee range right now, aren't they? They're still flying. So
Yeah, they're still flying.
What Claudius will do is I'll just draw my cane sword and ready an action in case of one of them try to attack us in melee range. I'll react to strike back. But for now, unless they come melee range with us, I'm not attacking them.
And that's going to happen now because you see both of them sweep their wings completely straight back. And as they're rapidly descending towards you, they use this turn to close the distance as they both move pretty much down to where at the last second, they just kind of flare their wings. And they're now within range that you could get to them and attack them because they're just above the ground as they're preparing to swoop in and attack you guys.
So would I attack now or would I go last?
Yeah, you would go now.
Okay.
Because you readied that action.
Yeah, so I'll just try a normal attack on them. It's 18.
Yes, that hits.
Nice. And I would do 7 damage. It's a rapier, so I think it's piercing damage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so your sword finds its mark and draws blood and a scream from the harpy that you struck. And that will take us to Adric.
Yeah, I think that Adric was probably nearby, and if I'm able to also make a melee strike, I think I would kind of be, as they're flying down, grab my shield and my warhammer and head over to my friend's aid, swinging a warhammer at the closest one, ideally the one that was just also hurt.
Okay.
It's 11 to hit.
Your warhammer finds its mark.
All right. That's going to be 8 damage.
It's a solid thump.
Yep.
As Adric and Claudius are into the fray, Brindle, what will you do now as these harpies are right upon you?
not wanting it to look that way, Brindle would not want to get too close to them, but he wouldn't want the others to know that he doesn't want to get close to them. Are we top of the order again?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he immediately targets the one that the one that hasn't been injured, and he says, "Oh, I know you. Your father was a drunk, and your mother smelled of elderberries." And I'm going to again use vicious mockery on him and force it to make a save.
That was a 13.
Ah, damn. Yes, it is not affected by my.
No, I mean you. That's your DC.
No, 12. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a fail.
Oh, good. So I do 1d4 psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on its attacks.
Nice.
Psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on attacks till its next turn.
You cut out for a second there. How much damage?
2 psychic, and it has disadvantage on attacks.
That was the one that hasn't been injured?
Yes.
Excellent. It actually kind of like, as much as a harpy can look like just offended, it looks offended at what you've said to it, and it just kind of as we jump over to Tamarin, you were climbing up to meet these harpies, and they flew right past you, and they're down on the ground now, or down near the ground. You're muted.
I'm gonna all right. I'm gonna reverse course. Let me try and start climbing back down. Can I get another wisdom try?
Absolutely.
To resist. Okay.
Actually, go ahead and do this with advantage because of the vicious mockery psychic attack.
Yeah, the highest was a 7.
I'm sorry, man. That dice stream is not your friend today.
No, it is not. I have to find some dice, I think.
Yeah, so you're just clambering down, trying to get to him. That takes us to Claudius.
So yeah, Claudius would just keep on hitting this creature that he already struck once, remembering what his teacher taught him many years ago, and trying to impress his companions, of course. But he does that all the time. And well, I'm pretty sure that hits. 24.
Absolutely hits.
Yeah. And I would do 9 damage.
What does it look like as you kill this harpy?
I'd say a straight just blow to the head. A very gentle, very quick, just whoop, and then goes back, and then the creature just bumps to the ground. This is a very precise blow.
And in the moment that your sword pierces this harpy's face, just right in and out, in that moment, Tamarin, you just suddenly struck with clarity at the ridiculousness of what you were doing, and the hold that the harpy had over you is completely gone as one harpy has fallen. And that takes us to the other harpy that is none too pleased with Claudius for what you did, as it turns and just with a single flap of its wings, it comes at you and takes a swing at you with its free hand. Wow. So this is my first attack roll of the day. Is that it's not focusing, but that's a big, beautiful 1 on that die. So what happens is this harpy comes at you just screaming, and its eyes are closed in fury as it goes to take a swipe at you, and it just over swipes and kind of moves past you, granting you an opportunity attack as it spins its back towards you, Claudius.
I won't say no to that. And she should be mad at the one that insulted her parents, not me, but that's... I guess killing a friend is also bad. Oh, well, I roll a 1 too.
Oh, wow. Critical fails everywhere. As you're like so shocked that this thing missed, and you just take a quick swing with your rapier. Adric, make a dexterity saving throw. Because you were right up there in melee range too. Don't roll another one. You duck as Claudius's just wild swing. It's a rapier. It's not even a slashing weapon. And you just hear this whoosh as this rapier comes flying over your head, and you just kind of like, whoa. And it is your turn, Adric.
Yes, as I duck down, just what? Kind of watch that thing, and I swing with a nice little upward swing at the harpy with the warhammer. That's 12.
That's a hit.
And 4 damage.
All right. That takes us back to the top of the batting order.
Positioning.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, no, I was just saying, and just kind of positioning, hopefully, maybe in some kind of a little more flanky, a little less next to the person who just almost hit me.
And that takes us back to the top of the batting order to Brindle.
All right. See, told you. You're gonna get it, and I'm gonna use vicious mockery again. You're gonna be just like your friend, dead on the ground, and force it to make a save.
Good Lord, that's a critical fail. That die's done.
Yeah, probably one psychic, but it is still it's at disadvantage for any attacks.
That takes us to Tamarin, your first round not under the influence of the Harpy song.
Okay, now, am I still up on the wall?
You would have had, because you made the save at the end of your turn, you were able to get back down, so you're on the ground and able to maneuver toward this Harpy.
Okay, I'll pull out my rapier. I'm coming in, trying to, I guess trying to stab her from behind, if I can. I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can get around to attack with advantage from where I am, but.
You know, I'm going to allow it just because of the nature of the critical fails and things that were happening. She's completely distracted. She's kind of, at this point, by the time you get to her, she's just coming out of her horizontal. She was flying parallel to the ground, and she's just kind of righted herself with her back to you.
Okay. Was it not? Oh. Oh my gosh. So that is a 12 and a 9.
The 9 is a miss, but the 12 is a hit.
Oh, there you go. Okay. And that's with my rapier, so that would be 7 points of damage. So, well,
So-
was that considered a sneak attack, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. This is my first time ever playing a rogue, sorry.
That's some
So
extra.
then they're doing an extra 8 points of damage.
All right. So snapping out of your reverie to their song, you rush in with a vengeance. What does it look like as you catch this harpy unawares from behind and devastate it with your rapier?
No, as I drop down and the harpies engaged in the battle with the others and just coming up to from her swoop, I just make a running leap with my rapier out, my dagger in my other hand, and just I come up behind it just as fast as I can, make a flying leap and just stab her right through the heart, and then come down on top of the body as it lands into the ground.
Awesome. You see Tamarin just execute this flawless assassination on this harpy. And you are out of combat as the harpies have been dispatched. There's still the matter of Professor Pappy Van Winkle, who escaped into the tunnels.
Yes, Claudius would clean his blade and look at his dwarf friend, and he knows what he's did. He's like, sorry, it was momentary distraction. It won't happen again.
I would take a cursory glance over the harpies and start looking towards where we heard the noises, perhaps going deeper into the cavern.
I would apologize to everyone. I don't know what came over me. I don't know why it took me so long to join you, but I'm glad I could get in by, when I could. I'll try not to let that happen again.
You can you all can. You can all hear from inside the cave. You can't hear distinctly what it is, but you can hear the echoing clamor of a voice. Just what you hear is kind of like
We hear this from the cave, right?
yes.
Yes, then.
It's indistinct murmuring, not murmuring. It's indistinct. It sounds like somebody far in the depths of the cave, a voice is speaking in common, but not you can't really hear it because of the distance and the echoes of the rocks. But it does sound like a voice that's escalated in panic.
Oh, well, yes, I would take up the words of our dwarf friend and say, let's march. The sooner this is over, the sooner we can go back and get our reward.
Agreed. But quietly, I think I might stay towards the back.
So you guys are heading into the caves?
Yes, I would go first, as Claudius would always do.
So
I'll be right behind you.
Okay. The caves are roughly about 20 feet in diameter. The floor of the cavern the cave is dirt and rock chips and things. And you can see the obvious tracks of the wagon that just went clambering through here. And it kind of descends slightly as you follow it along. And it has a slight kind of, as it descends, it curves slightly off to one direction and then slightly off to the other. And then you reach a point where you can feel it actually kind of takes a wide sweeping spiral downward and doubles in underneath your previous track. And it's as you come out of this downward spiral that you can begin to hear the panicked voice even more, and you can see light up ahead into a larger cavern as you begin to hear, "Our plans have been moved up a day," I said. "I had no intention of telling them. How was I supposed to know damned adventurers were going to make their way into the town? I don't have a natural resistance to that kind of magic." The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. I'm almost certain that they were right behind me. Let's hope that the Harpies take care of them. But if they don't, they will probably come in here. We need to get out the underground river as quickly as possible. Pack everything. And you hear just a few like barked directions, like move that thing, move that other thing, put it. No, don't put them on top of each other. Put it over here. Load them into the wagon. And you can hear underneath this, you can hear little sounds of what languages do you all speak?
Just common and gnomish for me.
I have Undercommon, Elven, under Dwarven.
As a knowledge cleric, I have quite a few: common, dwarvish, elvish, infernal, celestial, and draconic.
Okay. With all of your linguistic capabilities, none of you are able to discern this language. It's just kind of high pitched. And you have probably about, we'll say it's about 15 feet ahead of you is where this cavern opens up. From where you're at, you can't really see anything. You'd have to move in closer.
Claudius would ask, Tamarin, isn't this a work for you, my friend? You're a very sneaky one when you want to. We should scout ahead.
Immediately, sire. And Tamarin would immediately make his way over to the front, look around the corner, see what he sees. The
Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
well, I have +7, so hopefully I can make this. At the 15.
You're able to sneak in without being detected up to the edge of the cavern entrance. And what you can see inside this cavern is quite cavernous. The ceiling seems to extend upwards about 60 feet. There's stalagmites or stalactites hanging from the ceiling. There is the whole thing is probably about 80 feet in diameter, and it's lit by mostly bioluminescent lichen along the ceilings and the walls. But there also seems to be a couple of braziers that have some kind of magical flame dancing in them, because everything seems to have kind of an eerie bluish light. What you can see is on the far end of this cavern is Pappy Van Winkle's horseless carriage. And you see him barking orders at a goblin that is shuttling boxes and crates back and forth. And what you see is there are actually rows and rows of tables. And there are about 24, mostly human, but you see actually a couple of gnomes, a dwarf or two. They're men and women, a couple of children, but they're all bearded individuals. And they're working at these tables. They're frantically bottling. They're putting labels on bottles. They're stoppering bottles. And as your eyes trace along these tables, you see at the far end that there's a couple of them that are ladling a liquid out of a glowing pond or well, if you will, of like a spring that seems to be glowing with various colors. It's bubbling. Every once in a while, there's a little spark of light. And they're just ladling this stuff into a funnel, and then they're filling the bottles with this stuff out of this pool of liquid, and passing it down the line and slapping Pappy Van Winkle beard oil labels on it. And to fully cement this vision in your head of what you're seeing, think of every Arnold Schwarzenegger movie you've seen where he's busting into the drug cartel and all of the villagers are working and packing cocaine and heroin and stuff. That this is a magical drug operation underground here. And Pappy Van Winkle is standing there and he's barking orders at everybody and telling them to get everything packed up, get it loaded on. We'll take, and he mentions this underground river, and you can see that there is just beyond the horseless carriage that there is a another cavern entrance or cave entrance. There's a couple places where outcroppings kind of rise up, and he does seem to periodically look up at one of these outcroppings up above the pool of magical infused liquid, and he's seems to be directing some of his comments up there. And that's the full scene that you see before you. Do you relay that back to everybody, Tamarin, or?
Yeah. So what I do is I'm going to sneak back around and gather everybody up and tell them basically what I saw, that we have a dozen people look like they're under some kind of spell. They're working for a Pappy. He's got a little goblin, but he's also talking to something up in the ceiling. I couldn't tell what he was talking to though, but we need to be aware of that. There's they look like they're packing up and ready to leave though, so we can't doesn't look like we have too much time. And if that, he's going to look over at Lord Bow.
Yeah, Claudius he knows he's not as sneaky as you are, especially because he has a heavy armor. So when he walks, everyone hears him probably. And so he says, "If we go now, do you think these people will attack us? Are they that much?"
I don't doubt it for a second. I believe they are under some kind of spell. I think the option we need to get Pappy. We need to get these people out from under his spell. But I think there's the danger in whatever's in that ceiling. We have to be careful. We have to watch for that.
Well, then I would turn to the rest of the group. Would any of you have any way to break the spell, maybe, or to help us fight these people out of the control? I don't want to harm children and women, of course. I'm only a fighter. All I know is killing people with my sword. I have no magic powers.
And Adric is listening intently. We're kind of whispering around the corner, and I'm not sure if there's a way for me to break them of this hold or not. But either way, from what it sounds like, we can catch him in the act right now. So we go in.
I'm not really sure what we could do. I could probably help you out, Claudius, with your armor, though, if you'll let me, anyways. And what Rental would do is he would, I would sing a little song to you, and it's kind of on this. It's like that uncomfortable moment because it's like a love song, Claudius. As I'm looking up at you, and I'm like, "You will be so quiet, like when we walk down." And as I do, I'm going to cast silence, if Jake will permit it, on your armor. So as you move, you would have like a radius, a 20-foot radius of silence around you.
Absolutely. That's awesome.
Of course. So once I finish doing that, everybody that's around you, it's like.
But you can hear still from outside that circle as you hear, "We have visitors just outside." Rolled a nat 20 on my perception check. And you hear that voice echoing off the walls of the chamber around you. Now, as long as you guys are in this 20-foot radius, you can't really talk to one another verbally because of the silent spell that was cast on Claudius. So you basically have the equivalent of 1 round because of your distance to react. So I'll allow you each to tell me what you're doing in reaction to this voice, but you can't communicate verbally with one another. So let's go ahead. Actually, let's use this and to determine the order in which you're going to communicate that. Let's go ahead and roll initiative. And we'll use that to determine this and then kind of roll into whatever is happening. Oh, shit. Oh, Adric, what happened? All right, Tamarin, what are you going to do?
All right. Since the gig is up, everything is unnaturally silent around me. Well, actually, what I would do is I would hold my action and follow. Oh, I can't remember your name now. Suddenly, sorry, Claudius. I would hold my action and I would follow Claudius, hoping he's going to just charge right into battle. But that's what I would do. I would stick right by his side as and wade into battle with him.
Okay. So then that's going to take us to Brindle.
Being naturally curious, Brindle moves down the remaining 15 feet of this tunnel just so he can peer in himself. And I would, depending on what I see, Jake, I would probably hold an action. But what do I see? Well, I see everything that he saw, but can I see anything up above?
You don't see anything up above. You can see the ledge that he told you about. There's kind of like almost like giant steps. There's a series of ledges that work their way around the cavern, and there's one of these ledges up above this pool. You see all of the bearded folk, as we'll refer to the couple dozen people. All of the bearded folk are continuing with what they were doing, but you see this goblin kind of with a crate full of beard oil bottles staring toward the entrance, and you see Pappy Van Winkle staring towards the entrance.
And about how far away from me would they be?
Let's see, it's about 80. You went to the entrance. Probably about 50 feet.
Okay. So this is what I do. I would hold an action until Claudius went by, because I know he likes to fight. And once he does that, I would use the rest of my movement, which I think is about 10 feet, to go out into the cavern. And as I do, then I'll cast a spell.
Okay. So you actually hear from inside the cavern, kind of off to one of the sides where you can't quite see from where you are, you hear And then you hear, "Our visitors are entering our home." And you actually see Pappy Van Winkle kind of look backwards and kind of up at this empty ledge above the pool. And then he just looks out towards this cavern and kind of cracks his neck a little bit, and just stands there. And then that takes us to Claudius.
Do we all hear this? This very
Yes.
okay. So Claudius you would all see, for all that are looking to him that he's speaking even though there's no sound, like fuck. This is okay. And the reason why he went adventuring is because he wants to make a name of himself. He wants to become important. And how else could you be important but by defeating great foes? So he just takes out his sword, looks at the rest of his group, kind of shrugs, and and just charges right in. There's no other way to do this but just to fight. So I'm just charging my whole movement towards these people.
Whoops. As you charge into this room, having seen everything that you saw before you, just as you reach kind of the end of your movement, which I assume is the standard 30 feet of movement, and just as you get in there, that's when you see it. Towering about 15 feet tall, as slimy as mold-covered rocks and moss-covered rocks, looking like like somebody did a horrible experience with a well, you see elements of a frog in there. You can see this creature has come off from the side and is towering above you. You are within striking distance of this thing because you basically ran right up onto it. And you can lash out at it if you wish. You can poke the giant thing.
Actually, yeah, Claudius thinks it's a better idea to, if strategically it's possible, to just avoid this creature and attack the doctor, or I forgot his name.
He's still about 10 feet beyond your standard movement.
Yeah, because Claudius is not sure it's a good idea to go and poke this stuff.
Well, this thing's right on top of you. I mean, you pretty much all but ran into it. I'm not telling you have to attack it, but I'm just making sure you understand you're standing right next to this.
So if it's right in front of me, there's no, I'm going to attack it.
It's not blocking you, but it's kind of to the side of you. So
this doesn't, it doesn't look friendly. So I'm thinking it's a better idea to see what happens if I attack it. So I'll just roll a normal attack to see. 19 to hit.
That is indeed a hit.
Nice. And a 9 damage with the rapier.
You poke your rapier and you feel it kind of resist for a moment as it's like this thick rubbery skin. But you are able to pierce it, and kind of this gooey blackish green blood oozes out of it. Edorak, you're up.
Well, since I held my action to follow Claudius.
Oh, yes, sorry. You are correct.
Yeah, so I followed Claudius straight up to this creature, and I have a 40-foot movement. So because mobile.
Okay.
Which I forgot about. But can I make it all the way? Can I go around him and make it to Pappy Van Winkle?
You can make it to the cart, to the wagon. He's standing on top of it.
Okay.
And I mean, it's all close enough that if you wanted to clamber up the cart, I'll allow it. But you would have to do that or leap up there or whatever, because he is standing on top of this mummer's wagon thing.
Okay. Well, I would do the leap.
All right. Go ahead and give me a. I'm going to go ahead and let you do it as acrobatics, because that's probably your strong suit.
Yeah.
So go ahead and just give me an acrobatics check to see if you can make it up. Oh my gosh. So
and I critically failed.
you see as Claudius takes off in here and kind of stumbles into this beast and pokes at it with his rapier. As he's doing this, you see Tamarin sprinting, and he's just peels away from Claudius, and you see him just do this, and he leaps. But you also see Edric and Brindle. You see it, but Tamarin didn't. That there were a couple broken bottles of beard oil on the ground. And as you go to leap, it's like when you see those videos of a cat that's trying to leap off of
That's exactly
linoleum.
what I was thinking.
Your foot just kind of slips, and you kind of go and down the side. You just crash into the side of the wagon. You don't take any damage except maybe to your pride. And now, Adric.
Seeing this comic display, although probably not as comic to Adric, seeing his teammate slam against the cart. How far can I get to be close to my allies? Can I get them all within a radius of 30 feet? Can I get them all within 30 feet of me?
You can get, let's see. Yes, if you run up basically to where Claudius is, everybody else is close enough to fit within a 30-foot radius of you.
And that's pretty close to that large creature as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move up to that area, and you'll see Adric kind of take out his tome as he has his shield. Kind of take out his tome and just read a few short passages, casting Bless on the party, not including himself. It's 3. So on my companions. And guys, that means that whenever you make an attack roll or a saving throw for up to a minute, unless I lose concentration, you can add a d4 to that roll. So attack rolls and saving throws, you can add.
Yeah, and that's not a single d4 like a bardic inspiration. That's continuously for that minute. Anytime you roll an extra d4 and add that to your rolls. Well, for the attacks and saving throws and ability checks. And that is then going to take us to Did you guys all go? Did you go, Brindle? Yeah, you went. Did you?
Yeah, that's fine. I went up. I was holding an action, but it would probably make more sense when Brindle saw that thing that he would be so shocked that he's like, "What was I going to do again?"
Okay, because I felt like you were earlier in the order and I'd forgotten about that, so I wanted to make sure I didn't skip you on that round. Yeah, and you see, despite all this taking place, if maybe a little bit quicker, a couple of the bearded folk kind of look over their shoulders at the action that's starting to take place, but they're still packing up these boxes and this beard oil stuff, trying to get as much as they can. The goblins grabbing full boxes and quickly almost throwing them into the back of the wagon. And that's going to take us back to the top of the order. Picking himself up off of the ground is Tamarin.
All right, so Tamarin is what he as he picks himself up, he's going to try to slide under the cart, come up the backside, and behind Pappy, and try to if he can get away with it and stab him. So.
I'm going to have you roll a stealth check just to see if you can do that without being spotted.
Okay, come on, you can do better than us last time. Not much, but better. Well, that's a 10. I'm sorry, that's stealth is +7, so that's a 12.
Pappy does not notice you. He's paying more attention to what's going on in the room and doesn't notice because as you hit the wagon, you kind of slid out of his sight, so you are able to slide under, climb up, and catch him unawares.
All right. Oh, and much better. That's +5. That's a 19.
That is going to be a hit.
So let's hear. So that is 5 + 7 is 12 points of damage to Pappy.
And what are you attacking Pappy with?
A rapier.
So as you sneak up behind Pappy and you get just as you're climbing up, I imagine in the motion as you climb up, you just thrust with your rapier. Yeah. And as it strikes Pappy, you see just the briefest flicker that his immaculate suit seems to kind of almost like a weird mirage, just kind of just flickers for a second.
Huh. Okay. Did I feel like my sword bit anything though? It didn't feel like it did?
No, you did. You definitely bit into flesh. You feel the familiar purchase that your rapier got as it found flesh.
Okay, well, can I follow up with my dagger?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, that one doesn't have the bonuses the other one does, but well, I still got my bonus to hit, right? Just not to damage for the offhand. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you get that D4 added on any of your.
Yeah. There's 6 and 1 more. That's a 7 + 5 is 12. So.
That you just kind of miss. You just completely whiff on them.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to take us to Brindle, the gnome.
So Brindle goes all the way into the cavern now, and as he does, he pulls out this viola that he has, and he starts playing it vigorously as he pushes the beard out of the way that he's not used to having. And as he starts doing that, I'd like to target as many of the people that are loading, and if I could, Jake, also in a 20-foot radius, try to get Van Winkle, but not get Tamarin if I can. And I'm going to cast Sleep.
So is this overriding or have you dropped your silence?
Now, well, that depends. Is Claudius close enough? Because his radius is 20 feet. Is he close enough? Because if he is, then yeah, I'm definitely going to drop the concentration on that.
Claudius is within 20 feet of Van Winkle and the beast.
Okay, yeah. So I would drop the as I'm pulling out the viola. I stop concentrating on the silence. So all of a sudden there'd be this rush of sound to Claudius as he hears his armor moving and maybe the pants of his action and this beast. that he's fighting. But yeah, so I'd like to target as to hit Van Winkle and those folks that are hitting there with a sleep spell.
Okay.
If I can.
Yeah.
And
Ooh. Is that what's the save on that?
there is no save. It what it does is I'm going to cast it at level 2.
That's right. That's right.
So I do a certain amount of hit points, and it starts lowest hit points up. So
Like 68, and you hit points
47 hit points I will put to sleep as he's feverishly playing this viola, and he's kind of doing this little jig as he's jumping from foot to foot, and he's trying not to trip over his beard as he's doing it. And at the same time, as a bonus action, I'm going to, as Tamarin hears this song, he gets like this emotion just wells up inside him, and he just feels so inspired to kill this Van Winkle. And I'm going to give him a D6 inspiration with using my last bardic inspiration.
Nice. All right. So as you start playing this music, the first thing you see is the goblin reaches over to take the next batch, the next full crate. And as he turns, you see one of the bearded folk reaching forward with a bottle that just falls out of his hand and hits the ground. As you said, it was 47 hit points.
Yes.
And then it was a 20-foot radius. So you see. So I'm trying to do math. Let's do this. I'm going to use my fingers. Okay, so you see about a half a dozen of these bearded folk that are at the end of the table in the range of this. A couple of them just kind of go. Oh. One of them just kind of just perfectly standing up just starts going. The bottles fall, and as the goblin, as one of them drops it, he starts to reach out, and you see him fall, hit the ground just as one of these bottles of beard oil shatters next to his face. And you see it almost immediately as this beard just starts going until in just a few seconds, this goblin looks like Cousin It from the Addams Family as he's completely engulfed in this bright orange beard. So you've put the goblin and 6 of the bearded folk to sleep with your spell.
Perfect.
And that takes us to... Oh, boy. Claudius, you hear from this beast up above you as it just leans down, its maw full of tiny needle-like teeth as it tries to bite you. Oh. What was your AC, Claudius?
19.
So as this thing comes down and attempts to bite you, you just kind of turn just right, and you just hear this metallic ring as its teeth kind of hit on your armor, and you hear ting, 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 and the scrape of enamel against metal as it pulls away, and you're covered in its slathering hot saliva that's gooey as it failed to bite through your armor. Professor Pappy Van Winkle, having just been pierced by Tamarin's blade, turns around and at this point you see the anger in his eyes as he looks down at you, and in a voice unlike that which you have heard of the slick beard oil salesman of just a short while ago, you hear instead, "How dare you strike at me? We will not allow this. And Pappy pulls the hat off of his head. And as he does, it's as if the suit and the beard and everything that you saw just shimmers away into nothingness. And he tosses the hat backwards. And you see before you the hideous, grotesque, hunched form of a green hag. And she looks at you. Tamarin, sorry, I forgot for a second which one of you was standing before her. And where did it go? Tamarin, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Let's see how those dice are treating you. You got an 8?
Yeah.
What is Tamarin's greatest nightmare?
Tamarin's greatest nightmare would be that his old lord would live, and he would see him again and again make him do some of the things that he did in his past.
And that's what you see. The hag seems to transform herself into this old lord, but in a grotesque form, seeming larger than before, as he looks at you and says, "You have been failing in your duties, Tamarin. You have not slain enough people, nor have you drawn enough blood." And he begins to demean you in the way that you were so used to it. And you are mechanically, that was the phantasmal killer spell, as you are completely frightened of this manifestation. And again, mechanically, you'll have to make another saving throw on your own turn. But for now, you are just in complete fear of this figure before you.
Yeah, I can just picture me. I would picture Tamarin just falling down to his knees, in just abject, defeat, knowing that there's nothing he can do. That his life belongs to this Lord, and he's done.
And next, it's going to be Claudius. I'm really sorry. I gotta step away for just like 30 seconds or so. So plan your next move there, and I will be right back. I apologize.
Quick, while he's gone, the hag dies. Van Winkle gives us all the beard oil, and all the beards go away.
Yeah. I like that plan. Let's just go with it. Let's run with it.
Hey, what was that plan?
So when Jake comes back, we'll say, and then the hag dies, and we turn on Van Winkle. Van Winkle's cohort, that big frog thing, and say, now it's your turn.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan, because I think I'm about to die.
Well, none of us have taken any damage yet, so we're fine.
That's crazy.
It's insane that you can have 19 AC on level 1, though. So high.
Sorry about that, guys. Claudius, do you have your next move planned?
Well, Claudius can only do one thing: hack at the creature. I don't have any spells. I only have my sword, and that's what I do best. So there's a big, fat monster in front of me who's rudely left his goo around me, and it's very uncomfortable and stinky. And I'm gonna strike at him, hopefully killing it soon, so I can help my friend Tamrin, who seems to be in a weird situation right there. I'll use the D4 as well, but so it's 13. I don't think that hits.
Your rapier, as you lunge forward, seems to have found a rather thick nobule. Nobule? I don't know what that word means, but it sounds gross. Of rubbery skin, and your rapier, as the blade hits, just kind of goes and fails to even pierce this creature's skin.
Yeah, I would use an accent surge to attack again. I only can use this only once, and out of frustration, I'll just attack it again to see if I can hit. I cannot let myself fail. Nah, this is better. So yeah, I think that hits. It's 20 something.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. And this would be 8 damage.
You hear another wail escape this thing as you pierced into its skin. And let's see, that was Claudius. Adric.
So how's Haggy von Winkle looking over there?
To you, you see this hag figure on top that seems to you, she looks like a hag, but she seems to be towering over Tamrin, who is now cowering. Yeah, Haggy von Winkle. That's that's great.
So I will. I assume that I'm within about 60 feet, and I should be able to cast a spell at that range, right?
Yes.
So, cool. All right, I'm going to seeing my friend cowering, hoping to help him out, but not wanting to get too close to this nasty-looking thing. I will cast Sacred Flame. So as I check my tome again, I just kind of do one of those Kamehamehas and shoot out Dex save. The DC is 13.
Dex save, you say? Well, let's see how Haggy von Winkle does with a Dex save. And that is a fail.
All right, that'll be only 2 radiant damage.
Actually, hold on. I need to. Okay. A concentration save. Okay. And that takes us to back to the top of the order with Tamrin. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Tamrin. This, before you roll your dice, is probably one of the most important saves you will make in this game.
Yeah, I really need me to do this also. So
this isn't related to this, but how many hit points do you have?
I have 24.
Okay.
Don't forget you have the inspiration and the D4.
So that is a 16. That's just 16. That's it. I don't have any bonuses.
You have my D6 Bardic Inspiration die, too.
Oh, I forgot about the D6 Bardic Inspiration.
Well, you don't need
7.
it. You don't need it. I'm going to tell you that before you waste it. Because as the sacred flame, which seems to be little more than a brief flicker of fire across this this hag that now stands before you, but to you looks like your old lord. Something breaks through, and you just suddenly realize, no, this lord has no power over you. And you see instead a hag before you, a withered, shriveled old woman standing before you who was trying to deceive you with magic. And it is now your turn to take action.
Okay, now we are on top of the cart right next to the table, right?
The cart is, yes, kind of a few feet, within 5 feet of the end of the table.
Okay. And how big is she? She's about the same size I am?
You're human, so yeah, maybe a little bit smaller.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm going to jump up. I'm going to grab her, and I'm going to tackle her and try to throw her onto the table full of all the beard oil. What I'm going to try to do is break the beard oil all over her.
All right, I'm going to need you for the tackle. I'm going to need a strength contest.
So I got a 14. Did I get the blessing inspiration in that one?
You get the...
I think you can use my bardic
It's just on attack rolls and saving throws for mine. But if you do not
you don't get the bless, but you get the... You can use the bardic inspiration.
Oh. Okay, ignore that D4 then.
Actually, strike that. You can't use it for a... It's not an attack roll, is it, Jake?
Okay, then it's back to 14.
No, it's kind of like, it's basically a strength contest. It's an ability check. So, this shriveled green hag of a woman, you slam into her, and you're surprised that she doesn't tackle as easily as you expected. So rather than it being a full force, you tackle her and go flying off. You hit her, and then you end up throwing her off balance as you both stumble backwards. But you do overpower her enough that your momentum pushes her backwards. And you guys see as Tamarin tackles this hag, and they come crashing down about 5 feet onto the table, shattering bottles of beard oil. I'm going to say that the hag takes some damage from broken bottles. And I need a dexterity check from you, Tamarin.
Okay.
Unless you're not going to try.
Great dexterity.
We'll call it a dexterity save. Just unless you aren't going to try to dodge the splattering beard oil.
No, I'm going to try to dodge the splatter. And, well, I doubt I made it, though. I rolled a 2.
Yeah, you didn't. You have beard oil all over you as well. And you can even now, you can feel the tendrils of hair that are covering this hag's body begin to wind themselves around your arms. And beard oil splashes onto your own face, and your beard begins to grow rapidly. And the hag's beard, actually, not surprisingly, seems to be this kind of mottled, sickly yellow and green that looks a lot like this dice here. And your beard that's growing out, for whatever reason, is almost pure white. And these two beards begin to grow so rapidly and begin to intertwine. And that's where we're going to move on to Brindle. Brindle, you're up.
So I'm up.
Yep.
Yeah, so Brindle is still playing his viola, and as he yells to at this big froggy thing, and it's like, what would he say? Jeez. Hey. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if I was as ugly as you are. Vicious mockery on him. Make him make a wisdom save, DC 12.
A wisdom save. It gets a 15. He passes his wisdom save.
Yeah,
As
so
you
it has
see
no
it's-
effect on him. Probably just makes him more pissed. And so what Brindle would be doing also, he'd be moving around this cavern, maybe getting a little bit closer to where the wagon is. With my
And the
movement.
wagon is about 10 feet away from Claudius and this beast. And you've hit it with this insult. And it looks at you as if it understands what you were saying. And it just... and its tongue just shoots out of its mouth toward you. And two things are going to happen here because it is engaged with Claudius. Claudius, you will get an attack of opportunity because it's attacking another target other than you outside of that area. But it is going to attempt to hit Brindle with its tongue. Does a 14 hit Brindle? I think that just misses your AC. Yeah, so this tongue comes lashing at you, and it actually, Brindle, you're right at the edge of the range of this tongue. You see this sick, you can even smell it, and it's got like just pussy bumps all over it as this tongue just goes right in your face and just hovers there for a second. One of these little bubbles of pus just kind of goes, and then it just whoosh, retracts back to this thing. And at this point, Claudius, we'll say it's kind of as the tongue has extended out, you get your attack of opportunity.
Yeah, it's a 21 total.
That's a hit.
Then that's not much, 5 damage.
And then that's going to take us to so all that Haggy von Winkle can do now is struggle against Tamarin as your beards are intertwining, and that's a nat 20 as you feel just this pulling against your beard, and this lump of hair that was the hag just kind of slithers away and just untangles itself violently from your own white beard that's rapidly growing off of your face. And it begins to, these hair like tendrils that are probably its arms just begin to pull itself across the table. And you hear bottles breaking, and more colors of beard seem to be intertwining with this hair-shaped hag slithering across the table. And it is now Claudius's actual turn.
As always, Claudius keeps on striking this creature as elegantly as possible. And is the D4 still active? We still have it? Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that's over 20, I think. It's 18, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a hit. Definitely. Jeez, I don't know why I sounded like Rain Man all of a sudden. Definitely hits. That's definitely hits.
So that's 9 damage.
All right. And then Edric.
Seeing this now very terrifying mass of beard hair rising up out of combat, I think I'm gonna just drop the tome into my pack and pull out the warhammer, go for a melee attack on that big old wad of hair, see if I can knock it out of there. And that's probably not with 9.
Yeah, you in your eagerness to get over to this thing, you swing early and just kind of whiff through the air, failing to hit it. And that's going to take us to the bearded folk. Now that this what we say she is now, Haggy von Beardle. Is that what I just saw in the chat? Haggy von Beardle, crawling her way across, and you see the bearded folk are kind of like whatever was holding them to only stay paying attention. They seem to kind of pull away a little bit, and at the end of the table, one of the bearded folk that was ladling potion or this magical runoff into these bottles is looks almost like a dwarf, just with this long white beard. And you see it set the ladle down. It steps up, puts a hand on the table, and in the motion where it flips up onto the table, it seems to grow bigger. Its beard falls away, and you see another hag standing there. And this hag is going to... She just looks over at the group of you, and she sees Tamarin kind of struggling on there, on the table, covered, beard growing out. She looks around and sees the two that are fighting this giant beast, and then she sees this gnome in his violin or viol or whatever just standing over there, and she looks towards the gnome, and you see as she just twirls her hands around and then just hurls an arc of lightning energy at you. And I need you, Brindle, to make a dexterity saving throw.
$12.
An arc of lightning shoots across the cavern and hits you square in the chest, Brindle, launching you backwards as you take 17 points of lightning damage, arcing across your skin. What happens? Are you still standing?
Barely. So what I see is as this lightning comes at me, my glorious beard actually parts so that it doesn't get hit by the lightning, and it just hits me square in the chest, and literally slam against the back of this wagon, and managed to just fall back onto my feet, but I'm just smoking, and then the beard kind of goes back, but you see like smoke coming up between it. You see my ferret drop down on the ground and scurry underneath the wagon. I'm still up, but I'm a hurting unit.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder, as Nicholas said, you do all have 5 temporary hit points that you were granted early on from one of his rousing speeches to you all. So just remember those. I have a feeling you're going to need them. So that takes us then to Tamarin, back to the beginning. We're at the top of the order now.
All right, so Tamarin, he's struggling with his hair now, but can I stand up and get back into the fight?
Yeah, it's the beard is a part of you. You now have a long flowing white beard. It does not hinder your movement in any way.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to jump onto the back or onto the cousin it looking hag.
Okay.
And if it's still right there, right?
Yep.
I don't think she went too far. So
she's
can I,
technically she's prone, so you have advantage.
Oh,
I mean,
good
not
deal.
technically, actually, she's prone.
That's how
She's
I like 'em.
on her belly, crawling across the table. So,
Well, advantage, that means give me. So that's an 11 plus 5, 16.
that's going to be a hit.
Okay. Then that would be 4 plus 3 is 7, and double 6 is 12 more damage. 7 and 12 is 19 points of damage.
That was from your rapier.
Yeah, that was from my rapier.
All right.
And how far away is the other hag?
Just a few feet, because she climbed up on the table and fired off that lightning bolt at Brindle.
Okay.
You could get
that's
to
what I'm
her.
gonna do is
You could get to her if you're looking to make your bonus attack on her.
that's what I want to do. I want to use my bonus attack on the other one.
Yeah,
My
absolutely.
dagger. Okay, that probably didn't hit though. That is an 11.
No. She easily dodges it.
You get the D4 to add to your attack.
Okay, 11.
Less.
Okay, it's a 12 now.
Yeah, still dodges it.
Yeah.
Brindle.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lagged for a second there. Did the hairy one die?
No. No, the hairy one got hit, but she didn't die.
Okay. So shaking off the lightning bolt that struck him, he's kind of holding his viola, and he puts it back up to his chin, and he starts playing a different tune. It's a lot more, the tempo is a lot faster and more chaotic, and I'm going to the two hags and the frog creature to make a DC 12 charisma save or suffer the effects of Bane.
All right, the giant creature gets a 6. And a 4 for the hags. So
Yeah.
they all fail.
Yeah, so they all now are they have to roll a D4 when they make an attack roll or a saving throw. So long as I keep concentration.
Okay. I have a D4 here. And that's going to take us then to this giant creature that is now going to attempt to bite Claudius again. Let's switch up to this here. The 21 as it bites down on you, and it is going to do 18 points of piercing damage. And you are now grappled. And as it bites in on you, you guys see this thing just bite down. I imagine it kind of comes across your shoulder and most of your side as it turned its head to get in around your rapier. It grabs you and lifts you off the ground. It gives a shake, and then it tilts its head back, opens its mouth wider than you would have thought possible, and swallows you whole. So you are blinded and restrained, Claudius. You do have complete and total cover against any outside attacks. And yeah, so that just happened. And that's going to take us on to the hag that just cast lightning bolt and seems to be engaged with Tamarin. It's actually going to attack you, Tamarin, verbally, as it looks at you and begins first by insulting your beard, as it just, that beard looks terrible on you. You're not worthy of these kind of beards. You and your friends are worthless and have no business here. As she casts vicious mockery on you. And that means you need to take a wisdom saving throw, Tamarin. I don't think you've made any other kind of saving throw, now that I think about it.
I don't think I have either. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that is a 15.
But her words fall harmlessly on your ears. She's not skilled in mocking people.
That I don't care about my beard.
Clearly new at insulting, and these insults have no effect on you. Claudius, from within the bowels of the Vanderhob, what is it you would like to do? You are, I guess it's a matter of what can you do.
Yeah, first I'll use my bonus action to second wind and regain some HP, because that was some serious hit. And that's that's a D10 10, 13 HP back, so that's sweet.
Excellent.
And yeah, I don't know if I can attack it, because that's all I can.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. I'm sorry, I don't use this in the PHB very often, so
I'm pretty sure I have disadvantage on attacks inside this creature.
It's yeah, okay. Yep. You have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, and your attacks are with disadvantage. So you're basically blindly attacking. It's a matter of can you find a vital spot from within the belly of this beast to attack?
I'll just roll 2d20 and we'll see. Oh yeah, whatever. That pretty much sums up the situation.
I need you to make a dexterity save at disadvantage.
I'm gonna stab myself. Fuck. Oh yeah, I don't think.
You don't stab yourself, but you lose your grip on your rapier in the slime of this thing. So you'll have to fumble around for it on your next turn. That's going to take us to Adric.
Still not enough.
All right. I don't know. Quick DM question. Whether or not it succeeds, there are listed commands for the command spell in the book. They're just one-word commands. Can I stray from that a little bit with a slightly different word? Effectively trying to get dropped, but to get him to retch my friend out of his belly.
I'll allow it.
Okay. Then you see Adric. I believe it's a saving throw against DC, right? So my DC 13, as I'm reading from my tomes again, and I just try to find the proper translation for what I think this thing might speak, which I don't know whether or not it speaks a language, which is important. So would you like me to roll anything to see if I know what language it might know?
Well, it spoke common earlier. We heard it.
The creature Well, as far as you know, you haven't seen the creature speak, but you did hear the voice earlier. The echoed around, and it did show recognition of when Brindle was insulting it in common earlier.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, in common it is, and just I stare this thing straight in the eyes and I say, "Wretch," hoping it will puke my friend out of its belly.
So that's a wisdom save. I don't know what your DC. What's your DC?
13.
That's an 11, so it fails. So you feel, Claudius, from within. You feel the belly of this thing constrict around you for a moment, and you see this thing just kind of go. And Claudius just comes tumbling out of this thing. In a split second after you land on your back, surrounded by bile, your rapier goes right next to your head into the cavern floor. It doesn't hit you, but it's enough that if you look over it, you see the steel right next to your face. As you succeeded on forcing this thing to retch up your friend.
With my movement, I would head towards the gnome who was looking pretty badly hurt. Just getting closer to that direction. Trying to kind of take care of everybody as I can.
And failing. Hold on, where'd we end up? I almost skipped everybody. I don't know why I did that. Tamarin, it's your turn. I knew that felt wrong. I skipped halfway through the initiative order. Tamarin, it's your turn at the top of the initiative order. Yes, okay, so I'm a DM that cheats. Apparently.
Last round, I picture me stabbing the one on the ground, stepping on her, and trying to stab the other one. Now I'm going to try to reverse that rapier and try to stab the one standing up. And if the one who's still on the ground, if she's still down there, that's when I'm going to drop down and hit her with my dagger.
All right, roll them up.
Okay, so that is not a natural 20, but a 20 to hit.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's the wrong die. That is 4 plus 3, 7 points of damage to her. That's the one standing.
All right.
And this is the one on it with my dagger. That was a 15.
That hits.
Okay. And that's a whopping 3 points of damage.
Okay. Don't worry, these dice that you just heard hitting are not against you. Okay. Yeah, so you succeeded on those hits. And that's going to take us to Brindle.
Yeah. Perfect. So he's going to continue to play his violin to maintain the bane that's on these guys. And as a who am I closest to? Probably he would begin to insult that creature, the big frog-looking thing. He would say, geez, yeah, if I saw you too, I'd throw up. And I'm going to use vicious mockery on him. He has to make a DC 12.
Fail.
All right, so he's going to take just 1 point of psychic damage, but he's going to be at disadvantage on attacks.
Disadvantage and a D4 subtracted. As you say this to him, he just this creature goes, oh. it gives this look on its face as if to say, well, that was just mean. And as it's still looking, well, it's already kind of threw up Claudius. It didn't sit well with his stomach. So it's not really wanting to deal with that. Tamarin's kind of out of its line of sight. So let's go Adric even, Brindle odd. It's actually going to shoot its tongue out at Adric. As this tongue comes lashing across, let's see, it's at disadvantage, so I need another d20. So that's going to be a 13 to hit, which I think is going to be a miss. As this tongue just kind of, it actually smacks upside of your armor and makes this sickening sound as it, but it doesn't have enough strength to actually pull. You feel just a gentle tug, and then it snaps its tongue back. The hag that is on the ground in front of you, Tamarin, the one that you just struck with your dagger, you hear this gurgling. What was Pappy Van Winkle and became Haggy Von Wrinkle and now Haggy Von Beardle. You're hearing the sounds as it's just mounds of hair seem to be grasping at itself. And the hag that you were engaged with standing there kind of looks down and it just says, "Sister," and it lunges at you, Tamarin, with its straight up claws, these wicked looking nails, as it strikes at you for, it's a wild strike, just as it's slipping and sliding on this table, and it can't seem to quite get to you. And that takes us to Claudius, as you're in a puddle of bile on the ground. Still close enough to, you pretty much have your pick of the targets of the hag or the thing, the Banderhob.
Would it be an action to pick up my weapon?
No.
Okay, then I just pick up my weapon and look disgusted. This is gross. I'm full of goo and this is not what I wanted. Really not what I wanted. And I'm gonna try to kill this creature for ever doing this to me. I've never been eaten by anyone before, obviously. So I'll just attack it and get my revenge at it. Do we still have the D4? Shit.
Yeah.
This is 16, yeah.
That's enough.
Great. Then it's 9 damage.
This time you're do my math right. This time your rapier slides into its skin almost to the hilt. Definitely get a good solid hit on that one. And it doesn't even make a sound, but it just kind of staggers a little bit from this. You're definitely getting some solid licks in on it. And that's going to take us to Adric. Yeah, guys, I think we're 5 rounds in terms of how long that bless lasts. So there's still another 5 rounds of D4 for you guys.
Got it. Adric, having sort of whiffed at the hag the first time with his warhammer, is actually just going to, frustrated, drop his shield and just 2-hand down on this thing. And he's going to miss. And my AC then, unless I have the ability to, having missed twice, just forget about the swipe or what. But I'd assume I'm now shieldless and near the hag.
Indeed. But it is now. Oh, I know what was throwing me off. It's back to Tamarin.
All right. I'm not going to worry about the hag on the ground anymore. I'm coming after I'm going after the one that's still standing. Did she turn toward the dwarf at all, or am I going to be able to get around and get advantage on her?
She's pretty much right in front of you and engaged with you.
Okay, I didn't really think so, but I thought I'd ask. So, okay, so I'm going to put both attacks against her.
Okay.
And so that would be a 14 plus 5 is a 19, and that's the lower one. So
yeah,
I got
then that's hits.
Awesome. So it's 6 plus 3 is 9, and 2 more is 11.
She actually staggers back from this, and you hear kind of echoing around the cavern, though you can't tell where it's coming from. You hear, "Sisters, they are killing us." And it goes to Brindle. Are you still there?
Oh yeah. Okay, so is that frog thing looking pretty hurt?
It's bleeding and Icarus ooze out of numerous puncture holes from Claudius's rapier.
Okay. So Brindle would just quickly say, "Come on, Claudius, finish the damn thing," and I would just again insult it with a string of rather nasty words that I won't say because my kids are here.
Yeah, and it fails its wisdom save, and again, it seems affected by this. It kind of shakes its head, and
so it'll take 2 psychic damage as I again attack its ego, and it'll be a disadvantage on any attacks.
Excellent. Which it is its turn, and it is going to attempt to bite Claudius again since he's right there. So that's at disadvantage with a D4 subtracted. So that's a -2 to hit. Yeah, that was a critical fail. So it's so stung by what's happened. It kind of lashes at the air, and it actually takes a step away, just a single step away from you, Claudius, toward Brindle, granting you an attack of opportunity. So, Claudius, you can go ahead and attempt to strike it.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's 11.
Yeah, you just kind of swat at it, not really
Turd.
doing anything to it.
Yeah, still not enough.
And the hag that you are engaged with, Tamarin, is going to... Sorry, I'm actually not familiar with a couple of these spells. It is going to attempt to cast a spell on you. I'm sorry. It's another wisdom saving throw, Tamarin.
I've made the one, so let's see if I can do it again. I get the D20. What bonus do I get to the saving throw? That's the D. I don't get the inspiration anymore, do I? I think that's over.
No, you can only use it
one
once.
and done.
Okay. And then I still get the D4 since it's a saving throw, or
Yeah, I believe you still
Yeah,
have the
it doesn't
that
matter.
for the.
I got a 3. Unless it's a +10, I don't think it's gonna help.
So this hag looks at you, and you see its eyes just gloss over and become completely black orbs as they just pierce into you. And this blackness seems to consume you, and you pass out. You fall unconscious as she has just cast Eye Bite on you. And let's see this. Claudius. You're up. You've got the Banderhob in front of you, and I think because of it taking the step toward Brindle, it would actually block your view, so you don't see Tamarin collapse on the table. But the other two of you do.
In that case, I would just keep on attacking the same creature, even more because I heard someone say, "Finish it already!" And I'm like, okay, I have to do my job here. This is taking way too long. I'm disappointing my comrades here, my team, and I'll help them. I'll finish this creature or not. I believe that the D4s are over because it's been.
No, the D4 is still in play.
Oh damn. Then 15. No, it's 9. 17, I believe.
That is a hit.
I'm shit at math, but
Yep, that's a hit.
it's 7 damage.
You manage to puncture in right next to another wound that opens it up even further, and just black bile is beginning to pour from wounds within its body. And Adric, you're up.
All right, so quick sit rep. Sorry, there's been a lot that's happening. Is anybody? I saw it was Tamarin was passed out on the table. Is that right?
Yep, Tamarin just collapsed.
Okay. Just from what I see, do I feel like he's in need of medical attention, or he's under some magical spell? Would I be able to tell?
You would be able to observe the hag in that her eyes have turned into these black orbs, and she seems to have cast some kind of spell over him.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and throw a Sacred Flame, so that's a Dex save, DC 13, as I, again, shoot just a small burst of Divine Flame at the hag.
That's a fail.
Okay. That is 6 radiant damage.
And as you hit her with this, she begins to shriek as these flames hit her, and she loses her concentration on the Eye Bite spell. And Tamarin, you almost immediately, you have this moment where it's like you kind of blacked out just for a moment, and you find yourself crumpled in a heap at the feet of this hag who is just now being covered in these sacred flames. And, well, what do you know? It's your turn.
Unmute first. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to jump up and on the table, is the pool where they were ladling the stuff out. Is that right here next to us, or where is that?
It's actually It's actually just a few feet behind the hag because the table was kind of right up to the edge of this pool.
Okay. I'm going to try to do like a leg sweep and knock her down and shove her into the pool.
All right. Just roll it as a I'm going to call it a dex based attack. So,
Okay.
yeah, just roll it with your dex bonus.
All right, that's a 21.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I'll let you describe what it looks like as you sweep the leg and send this hag cascading backwards off the table into this pool of magical goo.
Okay, so what I do is I'm laying there when I wake up, and I'm already prone, so I just give her a kick right to the back of her knee. And as she's falling, I use my other foot and give her a kick and shove her straight into the straight backward off of that table. And you can just hear her screech and scream as she falls backward and lands into this pool.
And you all see as she falls into this pool, falls backwards into this pool, a splash. Goo kind of goes flying around, but it's thick and viscous. And you see her kind of disappear for a second. Then she emerges, and you see as she emerges, the flesh is peeling away from her skin and her face, and thick tendrils that look more like tentacles than hair of various colors are actually growing out of the bones of her as she kind of goes up like this, and you hear a word that sounds like sister, and then she begins to just and sink down into the mire. And that hag is gone. And it is Brindle's turn.
All right. So Brindle is trying to help Claudius finish off this this huge, ugly frog, and in doing so, he transfers his musical magic from playing his viola to he's just kind of singing under his breath, but just to maintain the concentration of the bane. And he pulls out his rapier and stabs at this thing as it charges towards him. Okay. And I get a D4 right on my attack. So that's a 22.
Yeah, that's definitely a hit.
Okay. For 9 piercing damage, I could just kind of stab this little rapier up at its probably its kneecap.
And as you strike at this thing, you see it actually it started to almost like it was phasing out, and you feel your rapier find purchase in this thing, and then there's nothing there, as in like a wisp of smoke, this thing kind of goes, and you hear behind you a tremendous crash as the Banderhob reappears 30 feet beyond you, having crashed into the horseless carriage of Happy Van Winkle, smashing into it and breaking it into splinters as it attempted to shadow step, but you struck it with a fatal blow as it did so. And this thing just kind of crashes into this cart, smashing it to bits. And you hear a scream of no, and there's this flash of energy that kind of spreads throughout the cavern, and you feel a whoosh of something jetting past you from on high, as if on a ledge above the pool, as it shoots through the cavern. And you almost see like a shimmer of light out the cavern. And as this energy dissipates through the cavern, you begin to hear from around the table where all these bearded folk were, you begin to hear, where am I? How did I get here? What? And you hear one exclaim, what in the hell? And you begin to hear the goblin that was put to sleep early on kind of stirs a little bit. And it's just like, oh, and then it looks around and you hear probably the only word it knows in common. Oh, shit. As the bearded folk begin to come into awareness, and whatever spell was holding them is gone. Something escaped from this cavern. You're not sure what, though. Perhaps you have an idea. I'll give you a moment to kind of react to the end of this battle. And you now have several bearded folk that have no idea where they are.
I take it the beards aren't going away, though.
No.
Okay. Well, Tamarin is going to jump up, see what's going on, and actually loses cool for a second and yell like a girl, woohoo! And then realize he just did that and stop. Anybody notice that? So he's going to be all excited, and he's going to look to his companions to see if everybody's still standing. So.
What about Claudius?
Claudius is, as always, trying to appear very noble and very stands still, cleans his sword and shakes a little bit of his clothes and tries to take off the goo of him. This was interesting. And then looks at the people and apparently we failed because the beard is still there. So he's disappointed because all of this was for nothing. But at the same time, he's happy because we're still all alive, despite the monstrous creature we have faced. That's what he says.
Brindle.
Brindle's voice is hoarse from the singing and chanting and insulting. So as that light and magic dissipates, he just stops and kind of maybe falls to a knee, exhausted and semi-cooked from the lightning bolt earlier. And he just goes, well, I still have my beard. And he would look to Adric.
Yeah, and Adric would walk over as you kind of fell to a knee and put his hand on your back and casting his last spell. You feel a little better as he gives you some energy with Cure Wounds, kind of helps you stand back up. Looks over that beard again. Looks over to the well of where this hag disappeared. It seems to be the source, perhaps, of this potion. Says, well, we ain't done with our work yet. Gotta get that ugly thing off your face, but glad you're alive. Good work, man.
And by way of epilogue, you are able to discover that many of the bearded folk in the cavern here have unwittingly been traveling with Professor Pappy Van Winkle from another town. Over the next several days, they're able to, they all stick around until you, Adric, working with the goblin who, in the town of Prospect, there was actually, believe it or not, the drunk that was in the jail cell is the only one in town that understands goblin, but only when he's drunk. So it takes a little bit of time, but working with the drunk and the goblin is able to show you a lot of the notes that the hags kept on the studies of the effects of this magical stuff that indeed seems to be simply the runoffs from multiple experience ages ago from the wizard that inhabited the tower up above. And you're able to do a little bit of reverse engineering, and it takes you about a week, but you are able to come up with a potion that acts as an antidote and administer it to anybody who wishes to have their beard removed. Though through studies, you find that it's probably in their best interest, including Brindle, because you find that the beard over time its tendrils will begin to work their way into the brain, which is how it's able to work as a sort of kind of a charm effect. And you suspect that over an even longer period of time could cause more permanent damage. But you're able to create this cure, fill the mayor in on everything. The town is very appreciative. You are honored as heroes, always welcomed in the town of Prospect, and you are paid handsomely from the town coffers. And Brindle, I imagine, even teaches a couple of the local minstrels some songs as they begin to compose their own pieces, singing of your deeds on this day, as you are lauded as heroes, and they all lived happily ever after. Or did they, as one lone hag materializes in a faraway cavern, plotting her revenge for her slain sisters? And that's the end of the magical miracle beard oil 5e D&D one shot. Sorry we ran a little bit long there. I think I just kind of got into it. I want to thank each and every one of you. It was an absolute pleasure playing with all of you who I've never played with before. So I can no longer say that, but I look forward to hopefully getting to either run games for you guys or playing something that you run. I would love that. And I would encourage all of you, even if you've never run a game before, to get out there, run something in AbTab or the OSG or whatever. But thank you, Garth, Lionel, Matt, and Nicholas for joining us from both overseas and elsewhere in the States. I want to say a thank you to the many people that popped into the chat. I know we had our friend Carol in there for a long time, and Scott, Mappernomicon, Bungwires, and a few others. I couldn't quite keep up with the chat. I hope you guys had fun. Full disclosure, you guys kept me on my toes, and I was pulling a lot of that stuff out of my butt as I went. But it was a blast. That zone of truth threw me for a loop. I did not expect that the bad guy was going to just have to come right out and tell you what his plans were.
Sorry,
so that was brilliant.
It was fun to see you react so well. Though, I mean, excellent work. Really, I had awesome voices, awesome characters, great fun. Really nice job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jake, I think you set the bar pretty high for anyone who wants to DM. You did a great job.
Thank you. I have my style. That's my style. I like to have fun, do voices, do the characterizations. For those that are curious, that was a Banderhob from the new Volo's Guide to Monsters. And then I threw some hags in there. It was a hag coven, basically. And though it didn't get revealed, Pappy Van Winkle had a cap of disguise, his hat that was keeping him disguised. I figured you guys, those of you who are kind of in the know, may have kind of figured that out.
Not until he took it off.
Yeah. I'll let you know if you guys want to say anything in closing. we'll start back again with Garth, and then kind of move back or move into closing out.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Garth. I was playing Adric, who had, I think, probably a total of at least 12 different accents throughout the evening. Just trying to affect a voice, and ended up being a little weird. But I sort of started a channel. Right now, we just have one video. It's called 4 Story Games. But my friends and I kind of are using that to post videos like this, some actual plays. And I have to say, this has got to be one of the most fun games. I haven't even played in that many games, and I don't know, this bar is pretty high. So thank you very much to Mini Terrain Domain. Jake, it's getting real late, so stump on my words there, but it's been a really fun time. Thank you very much to all of you guys, and I really appreciate playing with new faces, all of you guys, and hope to do it again sometime.
And let's jump over to Lionel.
Yes, so I played Brindle and I had a blast. Jake, thank you. It was really fun, and everyone else, it was really fun playing with you all. I am half of Two Guys T and D&D, and yeah, we run games too. So keep an eye out. I'm actually running a little mini campaign for the AbTab challenge. So if you want to get dirty in the streets on the sewers of Nuln, just check it out. I think I have one spot open still. And Jake, I really appreciate you getting up early and playing this game. It was great.
You too, man.
It was fun.
Matt.
All right. Well, I'll shout out to you for that was an awesome game. That was some great storytelling. Had a great time. Also, thanks to Nicholas, who inspired my character completely. By putting up that picture and that backstory, it inspired me to come up with a picture and a backstory too. So I actually ended up liking my character. So that was a good thing. I never played a rogue before. And I don't play online very often. I do a lot of work on computers, but I don't do the social YouTube thing much. So just thanks for everyone. I had a great time.
And Nicholas.
Yeah, pretty much what everyone said. This was super fun, super fun. I loved it, and I hope that my character wasn't too annoying because he was a bit of a cocky asshole, but that's just the way he is.
Not at all.
Yeah,
well,
hopefully we'll play again soon, sometime, whatever. But this was super good.
I had a lot of fun with it. I'm glad you did. I always worry about that when I make these up myself, and this was a highly improvised game. I think later, when I get a chance, I'm going to share the 10 bullet point outline that I ran this game based on. That's it. I just wrote 10 lines. And you'll see a lot of stuff that we skipped over based on the way you guys changed the game. Some of it was time constraint, but that's all it takes. Sometimes all you need is a seed of an idea, and throw that stuff at some players and see how they react and roll with it. I honestly, I'd have to sit for another 4 hours and go through the game and tell you all the stuff I pulled out of my butt. So much of this stuff, that's just the way I roll. I'm improv based, and it takes great players like this to help feed into that. So thank you to each one of you. I had a blast. I look forward to playing with you guys in the future. If you're watching this, head over to Absolute Tabletop official group. That's where I run my games from. Also on Facebook.com/mini terrain domain. I'm trying to be a little more proactive about letting people know that the games are coming, but I share out of there. The other part of my channel is doing dungeon and terrain crafting. So if you're into that, give me a subscribe as well. These guys that have talked about channels, go check them out. And I wish you all a great rest of your weekend. Have fun, do some gaming, spend time with your families, whatever. Thank you all so much. This has been Mini Terrain Domain. Mitted.